she was met by KP up there because that's the only route she took to go back home from the school. I don't know. It just makes all kind of sense to me.
Yeah. Lady Freedom, are you?
Lady.
Okay. Now I was like, Lady Freedom, are you live? Because you're on here.
Hey, I'm here. I just want to go ahead and, get us some more
Yeah, that's fine, girl. Get your chat in here too,
Hey,
babe.
Jen.
Hey, baby. So, what did you think about Seth's? Hey, April. There's my buds right there.
She was crying, I bet.
Lady Freedom, what did you think about Seth's live?
Oh my gosh, I just thought it was. Oh, hold on a second, Jen. I thought it was a little bit of a lag going.
You're fine.
All right, here we go. Am I all right now? I had to close another window.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's
Okay,
you're
great.
good.
So
Your
so
chat.
hi guys. Thanks for being up here. I was heartbroken, I mean, I've got to meet Seth in person, so I have a little bit more of an understanding of kind of his personality more, but I do think that he's really going through it, and I think that if any of us had to get up and do a live like that, it would probably there'd probably be things that we would say that wouldn't exactly make sense to everybody, if that makes sense.
I'd be crying so hard for so long. Forget it. He's so strong.
He is strong, and that's the thing that people don't understand is that sometimes we are going to show a different side or a vulnerability that nobody's used to seeing. And then with it being as long as it has been, hey Jessica, um, it's extremely difficult for these parents. It really is. I can't say it from experience. I just know how it's been for the people that I have had close conversations with. It does. If it doesn't break someone's heart, I think that there's something wrong with that person on a deeper level, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's we gotta the intent. The intent is where it's at for me, and the intent for Seth, it wasn't, oh, let me plan this, let me plan everything that I'm going to say. And he just, he went from his heart, and I think there were some things that he wanted to make sure that he said, but for the most part, and you got to think that 5,000 people are looking at you, expecting and looking at everything that you're saying and doing. It's very difficult to be in his position. And then for people to expect new information, for him to come out and to have new information, even if he had new information, he couldn't tell us. There was some things that he wanted to make sure that we understood that, hey, there's some things that's going on the YouTube streets that I'm not even going to speak on. And we know what that was.
Oh, God.
And then he started talking about people, doing the lights and, lighting up green with the Rich and Ruby stuff. He was like, no, we can't, that's some dangerous stuff. We can't do that. I thought that it was a good live. I think that he held a lot. I think that he probably would have yelled and screamed and cried a lot more if he had felt safer, if that makes sense.
If someone didn't tell him that he was being streamed, he probably would have went longer, but that's when he decided to cut it off.
Yeah, I heard that was pretty disgusting, what was going on.
Yeah, she is something.
Yeah, and I didn't go watch it or anything because I
Nope.
knew that would put me in a bad mood. But I know exactly what you're saying as well, Jen. And I think that the more understanding that we can bring to things, the better, because people are going to take it and they are going to have their own opinions with it, and we can't stop that. But at least we can remind everybody and all the good people that watch us to just keep on going, and that we're all still working together. No matter what anybody says on the YouTube streets, we're here for Seth. It doesn't matter. And I said this last night and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter when I work with the parents and things like that. It's not about anything they did in their past, anything really, except for that their child is missing. We need to find them. And so no matter what anybody says to try to smear their name or their child's name for that matter, I'm still always going to try to look for that child and help that parent. If that, you know, again, I'm trying to put it into words that people understand.
I don't want to mention another creator, but I just happened to fall upon her today. She did something and it was related to Seth, and it was so strong and powerful. Like she, she went through some of the things and she just pointed out, like, what parent do you want to support? And then but it's really not even about supporting or not supporting. It's about Sebastian. It's the first time I really watched her, and I think it was the first time in a while she did anything on Sebastian, because she was getting threatened and getting, stuff because she was doing the story. So she did step away for a while, but she watched that live and what happened, and she was so mad that she came on and she did it again.
Hold on, who are you talking about? Is it the vault woman?
Jay?
Was it? It was who?
She's,
Are you talking about the vault woman? Was that the channel?
The Fault Woman.
What channel are you talking about? I'm sorry. Huh?
That's okay. She's I don't know the real name of her channel. Like I said, I came across her, but her name is Jay. She's been really, really, really doing the Maddie story a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
And she's got the short hair, and it's like black and like really, really white on the top and stuff.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. I didn't get to watch her though. I saw that she was going to go live, but I was at the dentist.
Yeah, she really she made a lot of points, and she does side with Seth, but she said she talked about the whole other side, and she said there should just be one side. Like we've all been saying, there's, no matter how you feel about the parents, we should be worried about Sebastian. That's it.
Oh no, Seth, you should come up on the panel.
Come on up, Seth.
Come on up, Seth. Come on up. I know he won't, but hey, I could try. Take the link, Seth. The link.
Seth, come on up, please.
Jen,
Come on,
you have to be more. You have to be more
You're
aggressive
safe.
than that. No, take the link. No.
We cannot make Seth.
Yes.
Lady Freedom knows. She's like, you got to be more aggressive. Seth is not
Yes.
going to do nothing. He don't want it.
Well, and we're all stubborn to a certain extent, aren't we?
Yeah.
We really are. And we understand that part. And then also coupled with being so overwhelmed with everything. And it is about not being able to trust, and it is about all of the other crap that has gone on thus far. And we've been dealing with it for almost 2 years, but Seth's been dealing with it from a different perspective as well. So it's important to remember that much. And Robin, thank you for being up here and sharing your story as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not done. We've been doing this for 30 years. Yeah,
My
he's trying to get
goodness.
out of prison, and
Mama Marissa says, take the link now.
There you go, Mama. That's that's what I'm talking about. That's right. Aw. And guys, and that's the thing too. We can all disagree on stuff. We're going to. That's natural. If we all agreed, then we'd be sharing the same brain. It'd be kind of weird, So I mean, we're all gonna think differently and do differently. I understand about talking to both sides of the family. I understand about trying to work it out. I completely understood what Smiley was going through on, a newer level, because I haven't been doing this as long as everybody else. But I would rather talk to the family and get the information that they would like out than to make it up as I go, or, to be sending people down the wrong rabbit holes, so to speak, because there are a lot in these cases.
Exactly. And I know that you went through your own experience and now she is going through it, and you can definitely relate because you you felt like you were taken advantage of.
Those were the red flags, Jen, when she said, about him saying he was everywhere all the time. I mean, I'm over here. I'm on a boat. I'm on a plane. I'm rescuing people from this. It's like you can't possibly be doing all of that. There's no way. And
Ugh.
I did still talk to Rich to gain information for a while because I wanted to find out what kind of a weirdo I was really dealing with. And I found out a lot of information. I just can't go around. If I publicly tell you guys something and I call the creator out, I'm telling you guys from a place of like experience level, right? And so I'm not going to just do that as my show because that is taking away from Sebastian, that's taking away from Devlin, that's taking away from all the people that we cover, all the kids. And Jen, you're the same way. You cover lots of cases. We try to get awareness out of there. Out there in the YouTube streets. I need to be better about TikTok, but like we try to get that awareness out there, and that's what we're about. We're not about, bashing another creator or outing somebody, but I will do it. And if you guys hear me do it, please believe me. I'm not saying it out of a place of like vindictiveness. I'm saying it out of a place of disgust because I would never, like, it hurt me to see Smiley hurting today. And that's all I really want to say about that. But I knew exactly when Seth said that who it was because somebody sent it to me earlier in the day and said, look what Rich is doing. And so I knew exactly what Seth meant when he said it. Yeah, that guy's grifting on Sebastian's name.
Yeah, for sure.
And we see a lot of that. We see a lot of that, don't we? I mean, we do see a lot of that. And I have my own content here. I have my own channel. I do my own thing. And I really try not to get into the drama.
Which is why we come to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. It's just that
thank you.
I'm mentioning the things that happened today because I care about Smiley and I care about her heart. And I don't like it when other creators take advantage of her kindness. And that's what's happening right now is people are taking advantage of her kindness, putting her in the middle of something where she felt like, she was doing something good. And this has turned back around and smacked her in the face. So, we all have lessons to learn. It's a live and learn, right?
And you work hard on your content and you deserve to be paid for your time and effort. And I work hard on my content. Smiley works hard on her content. We try to find the truth. That's what also got me with what Smiley said today. I'm about the truth. I just want the truth. And that's what it should be.
Exactly.
Little
no matter who.
For our time if we're using it wisely and working for you guys. Like we're working for you guys to try to bring you the best information. And if we could do that, and that's what's the most important thing is us being able to bring you guys good information so we can try to figure this out, awareness. And that's what people that I see. And we don't get as many accolades as the hate channels. And we all know why. We could go on and on about that subject for a long time. But the money is not why Jen does it. I know that because I spent the weekend with Jen, so I understand.
And
it's not why I do it. Yeah, it's not why Smiley does it. We're truly trying to help the families and trying to get awareness out there. So, I mean, that's what it's about at the end of the day. I wish that we could, we had a magic wand and to get that relationship where the family works together, but it's very difficult. And I'm finding that out as well, that it's not always going to be that way. Sometimes maybe you can mediate, but a lot of times it's going to be working independently with each side and trying to find the child, in my opinion.
Yeah, he should be able to speak to Katie. Just not even the fact that Chris is, who he is, but Chris wasn't there that night and Chris wasn't there when they made him. So why does he have to talk to Chris?
Allegedly.
I mean, I think that's such a great point right there. I do. I mean, that's what Seth was trying to say. He wasn't he wasn't really trying to say, that he wants to get back to Katie with Katie or anything. He was trying to make her remember back when they were married and they had Sebastian, which I think is very, a good smart thing to do, because I would be doing that. Hey Pebbles, I'd be doing that too. I would be begging my ex-husband like shamelessly, where you guys would just, I mean, I don't even know, like I just would say, where is our baby, where's our son, where's our
Mhm.
daughter? I don't have a son, but putting myself in Seth's shoes.
But
Yeah, I
us
don't understand.
humans with
Understand
feelings.
at all how anybody expects Seth to work with Chris and Katie. If you are suspecting the last person to be with your child that they could have done something, are you going to want to work with them? Are you going to,
Absolutely.
I know the saying, keep your enemies close, keep your friends close, keep your enemy closer, you know,
I wonder
I
why
don't
Seth
think,
won't let Katie talk.
it's just, there's no way. I don't understand how anybody can expect that. I don't get it. And we try to bring facts. We really do. We try to make sure one way or the other that there is something that is a fact. Mama Rissa's the same way. We try to make sure that we have the facts, because if I'm just running what other channels are running and I'm not fact checking, then I don't feel good about that at all. You know, I don't feel good about putting any info out that we haven't fact checked.
mhm,
Right, because even I was sent something about one of the main guys. I'm not even gonna say it because it's not fair, because it's not true. But I was sent something about one of the main guys that he had maybe killed his ex-wife, or his wife that passed, and blah blah blah. Well, come to find out, he's still married to the same wife. So how could she be, unalived by him? And I just, to me, like, if I was to just put that out there, I would be slandering that man, and I would look stupid, and it's not even, about that so much as I would be slandering somebody that didn't deserve it. And
right.
I've had that happen to me, and I don't want it to happen to anybody, especially not out of my mouth. So we have to consider that as well. Um, because people do send you things that they think are true, or maybe they're trying to get you to say it. And that's another thing that Rich was doing to me, was that he was sending me things that he wanted me to just take and run with, and I was not prepared to do that.
Let me say this, Tina girl. She says, I feel Seth has a love for KK just because that's the mother of his only child, and I can understand that. And there's nothing wrong with it either. Let me tell you something. Last night, and y'all know that I have a whole great boyfriend, Jeff. I mean, everybody wants a Jeff, right?
We love
My,
Jeff.
We love
yeah,
Jeff.
I go to my ex-husband's once a week, and I stay there. I stay the night, and we share our granddaughter. We play, we laugh, we cut up, and that was something that I told Jeff when we first got together, is that he has to be really secure to be with me, because my kid's dad and I are very close, and we're not like that close, but we're close. You know what I mean? And so I do have a love for Larry Jennings. He will always be that. We created two children together, and
Mhm.
we have raised them to not have parents that are at each other's throats. And I think that when adults really are adults in this situation, they try to put their feelings aside, right? Well, if one of the kids had come missing from the house, from my house, and Larry suspected me, that would no longer be, we would no longer, he would no longer have any type of respect for me. He would, I would say that he would still probably have the love for me of being the kid's mom, but he wouldn't have any respect for me. He wouldn't be able to work with me. He wouldn't be able to talk to me without telling me exactly how he felt. But here's the thing. Seth can't even talk to Katie without Chris. He's got to be the one. He's talking on the phone, and then you got Katie in the background. That's what I used to hear. I mean, when they were talking, as I would hear Katie in the background. Well, Katie, why be in the background? Just get on the phone, girl. I mean, just get on the phone. Why are you so? And she does that. I don't know if she does that with everybody or not. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird to me.
I'm concerned, Jen, that the police officers had that relationship with Chris and Katie, because I don't think that that is a proper relationship to have. Now, whether they do that with Seth or not is one thing, but the police have that authority to take over the situation and to say, look, what we say to Katie, and when we question her, you weren't here. So, of course, I mean, it's just, to me, it's another example of a special treatment that they're getting from law enforcement. And I can see why Seth would be upset about that as well.
So Christine says, oh, no. What map and where are you getting your information? Just asking, seriously curious. Forgive me, your live just came across my screen. It's okay. If you're just scrolling and you just so happen to see the chat, I can totally understand, and you're curious. I welcome curiosity. I welcome questions. I welcome theories and observations as long as they're respectful. If they aren't respectful, then you'll be banned, pretty much. But you are more than welcome to hang out in the bushes, hear people's ideas, but you are more than welcome to express how you feel. Just be respectful, Christine. That's all we ask, babe. You're welcome here. This is a safe channel. I mapped the missing. Let me go back up to her other. No, you're fine. Oh, no. She says, what map? Where are you getting your information? So the map that I create that I haven't shown here yet is based on the geometric angles of the time that Sebastian Rogers went missing. It's also the geometric angles that are from his birth, and all the players that are involved, including the law enforcement agencies. You won't find another channel anywhere like mine, anywhere. And so if you really want to learn some really cool stuff, stick around. If not, then don't. It's your choice. It's your choice, okay? And and I so am a believer in astrology. Well, you've come to the right place, girl. You've come to the right place, sweetheart. Because I do things a lot different. I do things a lot different on this channel. And sometimes you may not understand anything that I'm doing, but you just have to. This is one of them channels you just have to keep coming in and coming back and forth. Otherwise, you're going to be clueless. You're going to be lost. And when I tell you this is another thing too about this channel. If I tell you to write something down, write it down, put it on your calendar, because I say that a lot.
You
But I
do.
may come against you with facts. If you can handle, I can handle. If you can come against me with facts, if they're facts, that's great. But if they're not facts, then I'm going to call you out on it. Let me know if you can handle that. I mean, I kind of like your attitude, but, I'm a little cautious right now. A little cautious. Yeah, I can handle, as long as you respect, you have integrity and ethics, we're good. If not, Shauna right here is going to boot you, and so will April. April's probably already looked at your account. So you got a safe place here, but we don't put up with no bullshit. Okay, just won't put up with no bullshit.
Jen. Well, that's it. We have to check on everybody, because there are people that come in just to troll, and
So sad.
that's what they do.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna boot you. Just be it's just I'll be cool. The YouTube streets has been a little heavy. They've just been a little bit heavy.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have been heavy, but I think it's good to have conversations. I think that's the most important thing we can do is have, a logical conversation um, about all of it, and then let them have their irrational, crazy conversations where they will, and we'll have ours. So I think that's important.
You forget that you are battling crazy YouTube stuff. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, yeah, we're all girl, I'm still learning. I'm still learning. I'm down, mama. Mama Rissa keeps us all in line. She gonna keep us in line tonight. That is for sure.
We love
I don't
Mama
know.
Rissa.
Yeah, so let me just hold on. Y'all hang out there for just a second. Hold on. I'm gonna share my screen here. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. It's okay, babe. Hold up. Hold on. Let me share this channel real quick. Let's just look. This is the astrology that I read. I read a 50-point chart. And if you're a Virgo, you're not going to like this. But this is a 50-point chart that I read. And I can read it like you read a book. I can read this like you would read a book. But here's the thing. What I've done is I've actually been able to understand the patterns that no other astrologers are talking about. And that's the degrees in our chart, because the degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. And when one of these degrees comes over, if I say write it down on your calendar, Hades is about to be on the Cupid of Sebastian Rogers. It's going to connect with that degree, and it's going to be a 24-hour transit, it's a collective transit. And you want to mark it on your calendar for tomorrow. That's what I mean. And then tomorrow, because you've got it on your calendar, tomorrow you're going to be like, oh, Jen's talking about that. She told me to write it on my calendar. And she was saying something about Cupid. She was saying something about this. What's she talking about? Okay, so I do things a lot different over here. And what I do is I take, like, if Sebastian, when Sebastian went missing, Uranus in Taurus was a 19 degree. It was a 1928. Well, let's just pretend that this is a 19, okay? I'm going to map this. And I'm going to look up here at the aspects, and there's opposing energy from things of the past, with groups, with values, with money, with we the people. And it's opposing the sun. The sun is about to be at a 2656. It's at a 2652 right now. It's a 26 degree and 52 minute in Scorpio. But won't be long. And that sun is going to shine a light on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' ascendant. Why? Because Sebastian, his ascendant is a 26 degree and 56 minutes. We're only 3 minutes away from that sun shining a light on his ascendant in Scorpio. Isn't that cool? Isn't that just so cool? Because not only do the degrees in our chart matter in the state of matter, they literally matter in the state of matter. Even if the sun was coming to a 2656 and it was on Sebastian, say, Uranus, I'm still going to call it out, even if it's in another sign. Because anytime these degrees come over us, we express ourselves with whoever else that's in our life that's expressing it too. Okay, so Sebastian has a midheaven. This is the midheaven. If you're in church, you're throwing your hands up here, you're reaching your midheaven. You're always reaching it. But this midheaven, I mean, Sebastian's midheaven is a 456 in Virgo. This is Virgo. This is trans Pluto at a 456 in Virgo. This is the trans Pluto is just sitting. It's just hanging out, just sitting, transforming the father, the public image of Sebastian Rogers and the health. But what is Virgo? What is Virgo trying to tell us here? They want details. A Virgo wants a detail. There's some details that we need to be looking at. The details, the timeline. That's Virgo. Virgo wants a timeline. See what I'm saying?
So does Lady Freedom.
Oh,
I would
okay.
love to have that timeline, girl. Like, that's where I get so stuck with Sebastian's case, is that, you know, Katie has all this time from the time that she, you know, got home
Shoot.
from the Texas Roadhouse on, or she did a handoff on the way home. So I'm
Right.
I'm stuck right there at that timeline, Jen.
Okay, man, you go have you some dinner, babe. So, you know, the astrology, it looks like I lost two of our the people on our panel, or the other, did she say she was going?
She dropped
Yeah,
us.
Robin just said thanks for having me up, and I was having a hard time because she's, you know, dealing with it for 30 years. You know, that just shows, guys, that like it doesn't get easier, and you know, it sucks to be like grim about it, but then you have to always remember that when we're watching Seth express himself 2 years later, or not. I hate saying the 2 years, but it's coming upon us, I guess. Because I hope it's not. I hope we don't. I hope he's found sooner than that.
So Christine, I mean, it looked like Christine kind of liked what I was doing, though.
Christine was digging you, Jen.
She was
Well,
like,
and that's the thing. I mean, I'm very welcoming in my chat, but I also am very careful because I don't like, you know, want to be trolled, and I also don't know who all people are when they come in. We just don't know who we're dealing with. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it goes back to the trust thing where, you know, if I've seen you around the streets, then I kind of have a good idea of you. But if I haven't seen you and you're in my chat and then you just made your account a month ago, I kind of get, you know, a little bit weirded out. But
Yeah. Yeah. And Jessica had said in here, I know you did, April. I know you did,
April,
girl.
that's
That's why I
funny.
was like, hold on. That's why I told her, I was like, and yeah, April, yeah, she's gonna be the one that checks you out. Don't mess with
Yeah,
April. April will be in the bushes and you don't even know she's in it, but she's protecting me. She's a good one. She's a good one,
well,
man.
especially right now because we're talking about issues that people are very uh, charged up about, and you know, so it's going to be tough to um, decipher who is who.
Oh my God, Caden, you're back in here, buddy. Are you mad? Do you want to be a mod too, Caden? Is that what's going on?
This
that
is
what's
not very
going on?
mod-like behavior.
I mean, the sun is shining in Scorpio. Are we looking at a behavior of shadow? Do we need to do some shadow work here? Do you want to be a mod, buds? Is that the problem? Is that the whole problem? Because you just so worried about mods.
Mm-hmm. Very
Yeah, April's
active at the
protective.
moment. So Neuro V says the trolls are very active at the moment. So I wasn't sure. I didn't know that, especially CP, in my opinion, just blocked them. Yeah.
Yay, Christine. Christine. I must have done something right. Thank you for becoming a watcher, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you.
Jen, that's
Good to have
fantastic.
you, baby. Good to have you.
Hey, Holly S. Well, and see that's the thing, Jen. I think that we can bring in new people with Sebastian's case all the time. And that's why it's kind of odd when, you have to like side eye everybody new in the chat, because there are probably people that are coming into Sebastian's case. I mean, we're still talking about it, right? So,
That's right. That's right. And Jessica, she had said something about she wanted to get with me and talk about Ohio. And I think we should. I was thinking about that the other day. As a matter of fact, I pulled up Devlin's map and I was thinking about that the other day because anytime I see, and it doesn't mean just because he's connecting to Ohio that that's where he's at. But I would like to know, his experiences in Ohio, what it was like for him in Ohio. That could seal the deal for me, and that could change the ball game where I'm like, okay, so that's the reason why. There's Junie. Hey, Junie. Hey, baby. She's saying hi to you too, Lady Freedom.
I know, I just said, hey, Junie. I love Junie. She's a sweetheart.
Junie
She
is.
really is.
She's a good one. She's a good one. She's one of the very few. I mean, it's hard to do the things that we do. It really is. It's not easy to map. It's not easy. And it's not easy to create content like you do either, Lady Freedom.
Well, I
I mean,
think what you do is so cool, Jen, because it's something that I don't fully understand, but I also have seen you, like I've seen the benefits of what you do, I guess is what I should say. And I really think it's something amazing that we can all bring in our own special gift, whatever it is, whatever we can bring to the table, then that's what those are the people that we need to be working with. It is people who are bringing something special to the table. We can all put our heads together. I think that we could figure this out, and I know that you guys were talking about before I came up, that people were expecting to hear like some information from Seth, and I had said something about like maybe a time, start with a timeline or start with some things, but there's a major gap in there that Seth can't help us answer too. So it is difficult, right? And then also he's just he's hurting. So it's hard to kind of structure out, like, as a parent, I wouldn't expect Jessica to do that. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't expect her to, because I'm building a timeline for her, kind of a thing. So I don't know. It's very tough. He twists and turns. Yeah. So we
right,
all
Mama
have
Melissa,
different talents.
we all have different talents.
Yes, yes. And like I just love what you do, Jen, because it does. It gives me goosebumps when you'll, say, okay, mark this down or this is what's gonna happen. And it does. And, I just know that it does. So that's all I'm worried about. But I like to listen when you're talking, and when how you're coming to that conclusion is important too. Um and I just think that we can all bring something to the table to help find Sebastian, no matter what it is. No
Right.
matter what it is.
So Christine says, I have the entire timeline on spreadsheet from day one with all the main players tracked. So that's kind of what a map does. That's what a map does as well. I have got, let me look at it real quick. I've got 1,100 addresses on the map. So a map isn't, it's not just a bunch of lines that's telling me a story, but it's also telling it over people's homes. That's where the magic is. Because I always tell people here on this channel that people will lie, but the map isn't going to lie to us. It's telling the story. It's just, where is the story? Where is that story that finds him? Where is the story that finds Devlin? Where is the story that finds Summer? And there are times where it's very easy for me to find that end game, that story that we're going to end with. But sometimes these cases are so complicated. They have so many players, so many people. It's wild. It's wild.
Well, and what
So
did I tell you, Jen? I said, when we talked, I said, Jen, I need your help mapping these other people in Devlin's case that I know of now that I didn't know of before, and that, you know, I haven't shared on the channel. So if even if you were watching, you wouldn't know about. Like, I wanted to tell you behind the scenes so you could start getting them on there to help you, you know, like help with the case. And so like that's what's so important is sharing good information with each other, so that way you can do your thing, you know, do your thing, girl, please, I need you to help me. And like that's what I think this YouTube can be used for such a better purpose than it's being used for. And that's the purpose of us all connecting and us networking together, is to try to figure out where these kids are. And something that you can find on your map or put on there is something that's not on my radar. So you could say, hey, Lady Freedom, this is going to happen. Devlin will be in transit this day. This person's in transit over here. It's just, even though I don't understand the it fully, you're still telling me that there's something about to happen and I can look out for it too. So,
Yeah, exactly. And like Junie says, I mean, it is like slowly peeling back many different layers of an onion, and it's complicated. Sometimes it can just be so complicated. When we take the geometric angles from the time that somebody goes missing and we use the tool of astrology for something beautiful, and we can open up our mind to something as abstract and as absolutely just phenomenal how it lines itself up. Wow. You know, and I think that we all have different things that we can bring to the table. And I guess a lot of times you can ask Jeff, like, I'll be crying, you know, I'll not crying, but just want to cry because I feel so defeated sometimes, because you have all of these creators that are saying that they're looking for Sebastian, and not one of them has reached out to me. They don't. And, you know, like Jules has me and you in a group chat, Lady Freedom, and she texts saying, you know, that I had given her phenomenal places to search for that Cherry Mahan who has been missing for over 40 years. And it's just, she doesn't need to know. She's not complicating it. You know, she's not needing to know how it works. She's just like, tell me where to go search. That's where I'm going to go. That's all anybody needs to say. You know, like when Silver's on the scene, hey Jen, I'm going to be in Hendersonville. Where should I go? I told him, go to Stop 30. Lady Freedom, me and Jeff, we've been to Stop 30. We think it's a great place for a handoff. Possibly,
yeah.
if you know, it's a great place for a handoff. Go there, see what you think, see what you feel, walk around. There's a bunch of bones, and those bones were the animal bones. But see, we're not going to know unless we go there. And that I do that all the time. Like I do stuff like that all the time. We've got a guy missing out here by where I live. I'm hoping that by the 21st, there's going to be some things that's going to shake his case up. But I told his brother, I said, hey, if not, Jeff and I are willing to get boots on the ground. And I've got a hot spot. I've got a couple of hot spots. I would look in the backyard. I would look in all those woods first, because that's where I think the search needs to begin, is by his house. It's a lot of woods there. But, you know, mapping is a different type of vibe. We're not, you know, if you and I, Lady Freedom, are talking about Devlin's case or another case and where to go look, you don't need to know, right? You don't need to know. You're just asking me, hey, where should we go search?
Right. Well, that's what we were talking about, right? We were talking
Yeah.
about that very thing. We were saying like, hey, where can we go to search places, or what's a good place where, you know, Katie could have, because some people don't believe that Sebastian made it home that day. So I'm like, okay, let's run with that theory and let's see where it takes us. And then you were like, well, there's this place called Stop 30. And then we were, you know, because everybody knows that I kind of think that Katie did something, you know, with Sebastian, and I do think he made it home, but that's just my theory. But then I also in the back of my mind have something gnawing at me saying, but what if he didn't make it home? You know, and so then I'm like, okay, what if he didn't make it home? And that's where we were trying to figure it out together. And, you know, that's what I was looking for this whole time in this case, was somebody that would actually like work with me to figure out what happened to Sebastian, because I do want to find out. And I don't think it's that hard. I think it's that there's been things to complicate and distract from the case. And I also think that there's probably a level of corruption, but I haven't been able to completely prove it. So yeah, I'll put a picture up of Duck Dynasty and laugh about it. But hey, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. But at least we've went over it and talked about it.
Okay, so you've searched for Sebastian. Okay, 3 times my son is at Fort Campbell. We went out with the Army search and rescue, but I'm not allowed to broadcast that. Just want y'all to know I'm not some crazy. Okay, cool. So, Christine,
Cool,
are you
Christine.
saying, Christine, that you are a local? Because I'm a local. I'm not local anymore. I mean, I go once a week, but I do go there. I'm there all the time. How about that? I grew up and I sold real estate in Hendersonville and Gallatin, the Middle Tennessee area. Hell, I sold wherever my license would take me to sell. It was like a rat race. Lady Freedom was in real estate. It's a rat race. You're on that.
It is a rat race. What real estate is just you're all over, right? You're like, it's like Johnny Cash. I've been everywhere, man, but you do that every day.
Yeah.
You just drive to this place, drive to that place, drive to this place. So it is. It's it's a fun job, but yeah, and that's why I'm never afraid to knock on anybody's door or anything like that. Like I kind of know what my limits are there. I mean, if you go to someone's property out in the woods, they might be able to shoot you and nobody would know. But, in a residential area, it's usually pretty, you know, it's not like you're trespassing if you just go up and knock. So I'm very much, used to that kind of thing too. Um,
I love how everybody is saying that they will share the information. I think that that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing because your information and my information could just go hand in hand and we could do just beautiful things. Are you sure, Christine, that you and I haven't talked before on Facebook or anything? Are you sure that you and I haven't come into contact before? Are you sure?
Well, and I will say that Sassy has very good research that she shared with me, and I appreciate it. And I do consider it all the time, and look back and reference it. So, um, I know that there was, and I'm not even going to really get into it, but I'll tell you, Jen, behind the scenes. But yeah, this is the thing. There's been a lot of I don't want to say like evil forces or sound like crazy or whatever, but like, there's been a lot of people that have made their way into this case that didn't have good intentions into the people that do. And we just saw that play out with Smiley's situation with Rich, and I went through something similar with him. So it's just that people are trying to butt their way in to a situation where they're not really helping, but they say they're helping, but they're not really helping.
Right.
That neighborhood does not want people to parade around, and they don't even want us in the neighborhood, to be quite honest. So, I mean, that's been my experience, but I mean, yeah, and that's where so thank you, Sandy, or Sassy T, thank you, because, I mean, I know that you've worked hard on Sebastian's case, hands down, from the beginning.
Yeah, a lot of us have. A lot of us have, and even if people haven't, and they're just coming in and they're, any information that anybody has is, I don't care how long you've been, you got some information, let's share it. Let's
Yeah,
just
because
share it.
look,
You
remember
never
how
know.
long it took us to get like the Texas Roadhouse where Chris was saying about the earbud, and like how many times did we watch? I mean, I watched it a million times, I felt like, Jen. And then the one time Chris pulls it out, like, wow, look, here's her putting an earbud in. And I'm like, I literally never saw that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, Christine. Yeah, we can share. I'm all, hey, sharing is caring. Okay. And it gets
yeah.
frustrating because it's like, okay, you've had that. you're talking about it, and don't you wonder, like, what it's gonna look like on the map? You can't say these creators, surely they can't say that they've never heard of me. The mapping lady, the one that maps, surely. But, then I think, well, maybe they haven't, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. It's frustrating because if you have a place that you think could be really good, or, you've gotten somebody assess, bring it to me, man. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Oh, Jen
Do
Dunn
it.
says that the TBI is searching the road in Summer Wells's case.
Okay, Dawn, I just posted a link if you want to come up because I've had a lot of things going on with Summer. I had told, my channel, I told everybody, hey, be watching out because there are things that are going on in Summer's case. We also have the TBI that is in transit. We have Eric Craddock coming in transit. There's a lot. So what I found, well, April had texted me and she said, girl, there's this dude, Austin Reed, on Facebook. And people are saying that he is being arrested because he has got Summer's picture on his profile, and it's disgusting. The things that he was saying about little girls was really disgusting. And I was like,
Oh,
oh my
no.
God, that's it. That's it. That's what's going on. But when there is progress that is moving, when there's things that are moving on a case, and I see it in the transit, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for somebody like Dawn to share it with me and say, hey, this is what's going on.
Yeah, Jen, I've been watching you and Don when it comes to Summer's case because I know that you guys are there and I know that you guys are both working on it. And so I go to you guys for Summer, also Brooks, because Brooks covers Summer and she always has. Smiley too. And if I forget anybody, but like I know a lot of people have Justin, a lot of people, but I mean, I'm just saying that you guys are the ones that I go to for updates nowadays. So, because I know they were searching around the area too a couple months back, like Liberty said. I do remember that as well. But yeah, something big is gonna happen with Summer, I think. From
Yeah.
what I yeah.
So check this out. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show my full screen. Hold on. Let me show you guys the Facebook. Okay. This is what tripped me out. This tripped me out big time. Austin. And I didn't really want to show it, but this dude is got Summer. Hold on. I'm just searching. That's all you got to do is just in your Facebook, just search Austin Reed. Okay. And he has got, the cops were at his house the day that Summer was in transit with hidden sex, okay, with child predators. And so this dude, the law enforcement went to his house, but he's got a lot of kids on his Facebook. He lives in like Kingsport, Rogersville, and where Summer's, like where he lives, is off of Fugate, and I've got a hot spot there. It's by the church. It's by the church that she went to. That's where he lives. He's not even 20 years old. But dude is for real sick with little kids, with little girls. And hold on, where is it at that he's got Summer? But I mean, people have been talking about him like crazy on Facebook and on TikTok. And April sent it to me and she's like, girl, this dude is, they say he's been arrested. Well, where's it at? Where he has Summer. I'm going too fast, probably. I'm impatient. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me go back to people.
We're little Summer too, and it's so it's so gross.
Yeah, he may have had to delete the one that he's got Summer on his profile, but he has Summer on his profile too, talking about how he loves little girls.
Oh no.
So I know that the law enforcement has been over there to talk to him. There's Daniel. What are you doing, Daniel? I see you're. What's up, dude? Hold on. Where am I at here? Here we go. The news is talking about it. 6 p.m. news. Dawn, take the link, man. Come and tell me what's going on. What's the 411?
I was
It
going to
just
say, and
broke.
he should be able to grab
Dude,
it from.
Dude, get up here.
We need you, Dawn.
What
We
is
need
going
you.
on? What's the tea? What's the
I
tea?
know. 7 o'clock is the new. Well,
Come
it'll be
on,
7 my time.
Take
Oh, hey,
the link,
Daniel. Okay,
Dawn.
there's Daniel.
There
Take
you
the
go.
link. Hey, Daniel, take the link, Dawn. Come on, man. Don't
Hello.
leave us hanging. Let me pull up. On what road? What road are they searching
Oh.
for summer? Y'all pull it up. Tell me what road are they searching for summer? What? Shit. More maps. More summer. There she is. So this is where the dude lived. Hold on. This is where, okay, so
Wondering
this
what I
is
was
where,
doing.
this is where Austin Reed lives. That's the church that she went to. Dawn, take the link, man. 3500 Block Van Hill Road.
So it is off of Ben Hill. I was wondering, I was
Maybe.
looking.
What does it say? Block Van Hill Road. Block Van Hill Road.
Yeah, I was in the chat yesterday hearing about Summer Wells as well.
Is that in Rogersville? Van Hill Road? Okay, okay. All right, okay.
Oh, we got to pull the map up. They said they can't see the map.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I can't see Don on my chat. Hold on. What's he saying? Y'all are gonna have to tell me what the other chat is saying.
Oh, 3500 Block Van Hill
that's it.
Road.
Okay, that's it. Okay, let's look
Thank
at
you.
it.
Sorry, I was looking.
Oh, it's not up? Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn. Here we go. Whoa. Greene County. Okay. That's Rogersville,
Greene
Tennessee.
County?
Greene County? It's
Hold on.
Van Hill Road.
Yeah, Greene County.
Is that it, baby?
Mm-hmm.
This address?
Is that
Okay.
an actual
I'm
map?
looking at Jeff. Sorry, y'all. I'm asking. Not calling
No,
you
it's
baby.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dawn, for getting on my chat so I can see. Okay, Dawn, stay here with me.
There you
I
go.
can
Go
see
sit. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, because I linked up to yours.
We need the tea, Dawn. Who would this involve? Who would this involve? I mean, look at all that. Hold on.
Mm.
There's Tennessee, Dawn, and Candace. Okay, so now here we have Grandis, the TBI, the missing, Don, Tennessee, the natal, Don Sharpie Jr. It's Sharpie Jr., right? Yeah. Tennessee and the mom. So Van Hill, let me turn on hotspots. I've got a hotspot here. So I've got a hotspot here. I've got a hotspot here, guys. I just wonder, let me turn on my addresses. No, my addresses are on. I don't have anybody here. And I don't know why I would have thought that would be a hotspot other than the line. So let me see if I don't have any comments.
Who
here.
lives right on the end of that? Is that a cul-de-sac, Jen, or is that what it looks like a
Is that
cul-de-sac or something?
hotspot showing where Sebastian might be?
This is, hold on, this is
No,
summer.
honey, we're talking about summer.
This
Oh,
is something else. Let me see where I'm at here. Okay, little man's going. I need to go this way. This way.
Oh, Don's here. Don's here, Jen.
Yeah, he jumped back in your chat, babe.
In the back
So
chat?
if they don't, they need to check here. This is where they need to be checking. But see, I remember putting this hotspot on here, and I remember thinking, has that been here since she has been missing? But I never did look up to see when that house was built, to see how, what this looked like when she went missing, because you know how maps change. But I do have a hotspot at the end, which is kind of trippy. Go forward, Jen. Yes, right there. Hold on, y'all. I'm not seeing Don. What is he saying? Where? Jen's back. What did he say? Jen's
In
back chat.
in the back chat. He should be here, I think.
In the back chat. Where's the back chat? I don't know where the back chat is.
How old was Summer?
5.
Oh wow, that is young.
Yeah, she was a little one. She's a little
Okay.
one.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's go back to the map. Yeah, Mama Risa's on it. Yeah, we were talking about Sebastian, but we've got some news that's coming in about Summer Wells and Van Hill Road. And there's going to be law enforcement follows up on lead in Summer Wells case. Greenville, Tennessee, more than 4 years after Summer was reported missing from her home in Beach Creek. The case is far from cold. TBI said agents, along with Hawkins County. On Thursday, November 13th, the TBI detectives were at a location following up on a lead in the case. That area is about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road via State Route 347. So if that's in Greenville, am I in the right place? Let's make sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Greenville. It said Greenville.
I'm pretty sure you're in the right place.
It said Greenville, Tennessee, babe.
Tennessee.
Okay. So let's look at this. This could be it. This may be it. Is this more like it, y'all? Because that's Greenville.
It says Hawkins County in 9 miles. Is that on the way home from any of the crap, like the, the water hole where they were swimming, anywhere near where Grandis had to get her medications, any of that?
This was
Makes me
5 days.
wonder.
This was 5 days ago on November 13th. That's where they were. We'll have to look at that. I'll be looking at that on the charts. I can promise you that. The 13th,
Wow.
5 days ago. Yeah. Okay. So that could be what's coming for them. There's Sharfie again. Damn. Sharfie just showing up on Van Hill Road, dude. State of Tennessee. Let's see. Let me bring it
I
up.
don't understand some people these days. Like, why?
Okay, so that's not too far. Okay, so that's not too far. Interesting. I've got that place. Let's look at this one. 3500 block. Let's look at that.
I don't understand some people these
Hold
days.
on,
Like, why
35.
do they feel the need to do these kinds of stuff to kids?
Y'all, was Sharfie, was that the day that he was in transit? And I was wondering if the TBI was getting information from his ass. Okay, so if they want to look, the TBI needs to just work with me, man. Seriously, I've looked all down through here. This is definitely a good road, especially if Sharfie was involved. Deep transformation, trash pond, all things investigative, dealing with Sharfie's desires to hide and to hinder. And like I've said before, sometimes these predators, and I'm not saying that he's guilty. I'm saying that if he were to be a predator and he is guilty, he may not want to give her body up. He may lead them on a goose chase after goose chase after goose chase. Because sometimes, man, I found it more times than not, and it's creepy. They don't want to give the body up. It's disgusting. You know,
It is
it's
very
disgusting.
disgusting. But it's true, Jen.
creepy.
You're absolutely right.
That's it, though. That's it. They need to come up. I think they need to come up. That's what they need to do. Let me go back. Hold on. Okay, let's look. 8 miles. Let's see. Let's see.
Exactly, Jeff. Exactly.
Let me take off these.
Don says he's sitting backstage, Jen. Do you see him backstage? See, I don't see. I don't.
I did not
don't
see
see
him.
any-
I'm gonna look again. Hold on. I don't see him. It says 13 kilometers, so maybe that is 9 miles. I don't see him, honey. Hold on.
Don, we can't see you.
Don, I don't see you. You're not, you would be right here.
Mhm.
see
I
it,
see
buddy.
your screen now. Yeah, I can see your screen. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's not here. See, Don, you ain't here. Oh, you're talking about the private chat. Okay. Okay, hold on.
Oh, shoot.
Hold
Sorry.
up. Sorry. Rose. Okay.
All right, now I see him. I'm just gonna say, hey,
I
Don.
see you.
Sorry about.
Okay,
Oh my
yeah,
goodness,
Don,
we're
I see
sorry.
you. I see you. Okay. Hey, Don.
Jen is so funny.
We're not used to people coming backstage.
Mm-mm. No,
Jeff.
no, not at all.
We don't see you.
Both channels. Oh, geez, please. Oh my goodness.
Jeff said he's in the green room.
If you guys can see, yeah, exactly, Jeff. If you guys can see me, I'd be bright red right now. I'm sorry, Don. Oh my God.
That is hilarious, guys. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry, Daniel. So, Daniel, you know who Summer Wells is, right?
Yes. She's also one of the kids that's missing. I think I remember mentioning yesterday that some people were talking about Sebastian, and Sebastian may have ended up like with Summer somehow.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Here's Don. Here he comes. Hold on. What's up, Don?
Hey,
Hey. It's great news that that they're doing
Don.
something. But what have you heard? Anything?
well, I done a video about it on my channel and just played what WJHL played, and they were at the 3500 today, 3500 block of Van Hill Road, which is where Don Wells got his DUI on, which is weird. And also, if you will Google the Lily Lid murders, that was a Christian family that stopped at a rest stop in Greene County, and they were basically kidnapped, forced into their vehicle by some satanic teenagers, and then they were driven to Van Hill Road and murdered.
I do remember that. I do remember that case. I've looked into that case, and let me ask you this: Isn't it where? So didn't he get the DUI closer to where Andy used to live?
I don't know where Andy used to live. I just know it was on Van Hill Road.
I think I've got that on her map. I actually think I have it on her map where he got that DUI, and it seems like it was close to where Andy Bernard had an address that I found on public records. But now I have Don Sherfy mapped too, because for me, Sherfy Jr. is just sketch because he had just gotten out of jail, and we know that he likes little girls. And he's in jail now. And I'm just wondering if they're getting any information from him.
I don't know. I'm kind of wondering maybe if someone may have. I don't know, but here's the thing: TBI normally. I mean, we know that TBI will listen to tips and listen to leads, but have we it's been very, very rare that they go out on those. So this must hold some kind of water.
Yeah, because they don't usually just go out and search for no
Right.
reason. They have to have something to make them believe that she could be out there.
I
That's
mean,
a
it could
great
be
point,
any.
Don.
I mean, I'm hoping well, I'm kind of not hoping, but I just kind of wonder maybe if someone, because there is a embankment there. There's some pull offs into the woods. I just kind of wonder if someone came across remains.
Here's what I know. Here's what I know is that they went there on the 13th, and Sharfie Jr. was in transit all day. I told my followers on my channel to write it down, that Sharfie Jr. was going to be in transit all day. And I was really hoping that maybe, just maybe, and I think that you might could even find it in a live that I did. And I may do a little short on it. But that day that he was in transit was the day before they went out there. And I don't know. I've got a weird feeling about dude. I think that they're all messed up. I think that Summer went missing from her mother. Her mother should know. Her dad should know. I think that they would be responsible. But then there's something about Sharfie Jr. that I just can't shake. And every time the work that I do, every time Summer is in transit, that dude's in transit. I'm like, why are y'all all, and I know that he's in jail. And I'm just wondering if he is given the TBI a runaround. I don't know. I'm just telling you that I know for a fact that dude, Sharfie Jr., held a collective transit. And I know that you don't know what that means, but it's big. It's big. It's a big energy. And the whole time, Summer was in transit as well. So I want to remind everybody in this chat that's followed me, we can go back and we can look, and we're going to, because I think that this is a big lead.
There is a tree trimming truck. If you go to Google Maps and go down to Street View and kind of go up and down around 3500 Van Hill Road, there is a tree trimming truck parked in someone's business there, driveway, whatever. So, and we know tree trimmers were there when Summer went missing. I'm going out there tomorrow. I'm
You
going out there tomorrow.
You got to let us know what's going on, man. Yeah, I'm so hopeful that her case is going to end up being solved, just like Sebastian's too. It's just a matter of time. I think. I'm hopeful.
Yeah,
I'm hopeful.
There's some sketchy looking places within like a half mile of 3500 Van Hill, and there's some place called, I looked on Google Maps, it's like Daniel Boone Trail Road or something.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me pull up that map. Do you care?
Go ahead.
Yeah, pull it up, Jen, please.
Let me pull it up.
That is really, this is how we figure stuff out too, and this is why it's so important.
Yeah, there's so many pull-offs on Van Hill Road right in the area, and there's a barn right beside the road. There's an embankment.
The Daniel Boone, I was just looking at that. That's why I'm kind of like, what? Okay, hold on. Where was it? Hold on. I was looking at it. Was I looking at the camp?
I would just type in 35. I would type in 3500 Van Hill Road.
3500 Van Hill.
And
that's
now,
in Greenville.
Yeah, it's in Greenville.
Oh yeah, I've got that. Yeah. Okay, so this is what's tripping me out. Okay, is that Sharfie Jr. was in transit the day before they go out here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure on one of my lives, I was talking about Summer, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder if Sharfie could be giving the TBI some info, a place to go look, to go search. And so this is saying that Sharfie is here. This is 3500. There's Sharfie. I've got his mom. I've got her mom. I've got the parents. Like I'm tongue tied right now. Let's look at the state of Tennessee. Apollo, same as my Hades degree. 12th house of fortune is in the 12th house prison. Yeah. So see, he's in prison or he's in jail. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the jail. here, but I don't see any missing, right? There's no missing. I want to go up here.
Well, they said around 3,500 Van
Right.
Hill,
And so
so
this
it
is
could
where this is
be.
where I've got a hot spot, Dawn, right here. So if you go here, if you go through here, this is also where I have a hot spot. It's the same lines that they're searching, but I'm going at the end. I don't know if this house at 234 Van Hill, I don't know if this house would have been built. You see it?
Mhm.
I don't know if that would have been built when she went missing, if this is some type of, I don't know anything about that property, but I wouldn't want to park here if that property was there. But when you look at it, if let's say that it wasn't there, this would have been a dead end. And there's just a lot of woods around here on Van Hill, but this is a good road. I've looked at it a gazillion times. And I was also looking at him getting the heebie-jeebies because I found a camp. And it's this camp right here, Camp Hope. And I came across of it. And it's, if I look at it and I get close, you got a camp full of kids. And then you got this sicko with his, communications and a lot of disordered aggression here. Ugh, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. But anyway, that Van Hill Road, you see, I've got a hot spot there. So I'm saying that this is a good road. And I would actually, there's 3,500 Van Hill Road in Rogersville. There's in Greenville. I think that they were down here. I think they were
Toronto
down
was
here, but I
saying
think they need to look right here.
they held to the right.
I think they need to look right here in those woods. But anyway, I wanted to show y'all that because it does, when I'm mapping, things have got to, it's going to tell a story. And I want to see the missing there. I want to see the TBI. I want to see everybody showing up. I want to see the parents there too, because wherever Summer's going to be found, her parents should be there. And it should be telling a good ass story about her body being found or her being found alive, whatever it is.
Okay, so they're actually searching the road, Van Hill Road.
Okay, so that is where I think that they need to be searching. I think that they need to be searching. I think that that's a great place, especially if Sherfy's involved. And I think he's
Toronto
a
was
sick.
saying something about the hill to the right.
Somebody was saying something about the hill to the right.
Yeah.
Where? Hold on. I'm going to show y'all. This is where I've got it. I don't know when this house was built. I need to check it out and see. I need to check it out and see when it was built. It was built before she went missing or after, because they could have had that camper there and then built it. Who knows? Looks like but this road, I want you to see, like, the TBI is showing up. This is where they descend with relationships. And that relationship, look, I'm going to be doing a live in the morning about the TBI. The things that are coming for the TBI, they've got limits and obstacles, okay? So does Eric Craddock. But the TBI, they are having problems right now with the work. And I think it has to do with him. I think they're getting information from him, from Sherfy Jr., and I think that they could be getting the runaround. Like I said, sometimes people just don't want to give up those bodies. But look, this is where the missing event, and if Shauna is still in here, she's going to tell you, any astrologer that's in here, they're going to tell you, a 26 degree
in here.
Yeah, a 26 degree is definitely going to be a conspiracy. It's a whole conspiracy right here.
And I've
So-
always wondered if Summer was sold by the Wells too. I mean, I've never discounted that, especially, with the barrel and everything. I
Okay.
mean, you just can't
Oh.
unsee that.
And this would qualify for that too, because you see that Don is here. Don's okay, so his Neptune and how he shines to hide shit is going this way. So it, you know, Don is here. Tennessee is receiving a lead here. You see that? It says Tennessee receives information and leads here. There's the natal. I've got Summer's natal time. Natal first house, Scorpio. This is where there was a lot of wisdom that came over Summer the other day, and it's coming here. That wisdom that I was talking about is coming here. It's going this way, this direction. And so here's Sharpie. Sharpie Jr. is also there. And there's the state of Tennessee. This is where they have a lot of problems, especially from the past or prisoners. And if, you know, they're getting their information from him, it could be a problem. Here's the mother. So that's the reason why I have this hot spot here. It's because they're all here and they're all telling a story about the shit that's hidden. And I've got a dead end here, and it's backing up to woods. And I don't know if this house has been here. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of energy that's coming here. Lots of it. And it's definitely depressing and bipolar, I say.
Well, it said I went to WCYB, another news agency, and they said that they were out there on the 13th, which was this past Thursday.
That's right. That's right.
So
and so if we look, the 13th, I'm telling my peoples over here on this channel, I'm telling them, hold on, let me show you. Hold on. This 1652, no matter what time Sharpie Jr. is born, he has that. It's a 24-hour transit. The state of Tennessee was in transit with the U.S. Marshals. I'm just saying, this was a big day for Summer Wells. This was a big day for her. And I was commenting, telling my viewers to write it down because this little girl could be found. And it would have to come from Don Sharpie Jr. because there's a devouring energy, and it's with land, because that's what Cancerian is. It's land. This 2509 is the state of Tennessee all day long. It's their Mars. It's their Mars. And the 8th house of death. And there's a major expansion with the law here.
Wow.
With kids. So it was perfect. It was a perfect time for the TBI to get information from Sharpie Jr. and go out and search for her. If they think that she has anything to do with it, if they believe him. But like I said, I think that too many times these predators, they may not want to give up. They may not want to give the body up. And it's weird.
That does sound weird.
It does. So whether or not Sharpie Jr. was a part of it, it's very telling to me that he could be. He could be. On the 12th, because he was in transit all day on the 12th, down into the evening of the 12th, and then boom, they go out there and search on the 13th. It's beautiful. However, I know that the TBI has things come into them that's bringing them limits and obstacles. So we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, hopefully something comes out of it.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, at least we know that they're doing something. So where are you going to go at, Dawn? Where
Well,
are you going to go?
I'm just going to go around there and maybe, you know, talk to some people and see, you know, where they were looking, you know, just kind of be nosy and, you know, because there are some homes out there, and so there's, and I'm sure that those people probably are the ones that called the news and said, hey, you know, TBI's out here, and they said they're, you know, Hawkins County says they're following up lead on the Summer Wells case. So, and I don't know, I'm just going to go out there and maybe try to talk to some residents and see what they saw and heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think that's the biggest thing
I'm gonna be-
too,
I'm gonna
is
be
just
ready
if you
for it.
see something, say something, tell someone, do something. Like, don't just keep it to yourself. But a lot of times people do that. And I think it's a good idea to go out and try to talk to people for sure.
Yeah. I mean, maybe someone's seen Dawn or Candace out. I mean, it could be anything. They could have seen Dawn or Candace out there recently, parked on the side of the road, going in the woods. They could have ran across something. God forbid it ain't Summer's remains, but I mean, yeah, but they won't say why they were out there. They just said they're following up on a lead, and that apparently they were out there a couple days ago. I thought it was yesterday or today. Because the weird thing is WJHL is just now talking about it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So
So I
y'all-
wonder if they have some results of something or, some findings or, that's interesting.
I love it. I love it when I talk about summer and things go down, or if I talk about, I just love it. I love to see how this, that's why we're watchers, man. We got to watch, we got to see, because no matter what time dude is born, he was in transit on the 12th. Then they go looking on the 13th. And I mean, you got to wonder, there is a pond here, but I'm thinking, let me
Well,
look
if
at
you go north of 3500, there
Okay, so
is
look, this is where I'm at. Here's my little man. There's 3500 block.
go
Greenville.
right there where your little man is. If you zoom in,
Yeah, I'm right here. Oh,
Well,
zoom in.
yeah. Let me see here.
Let me turn on addresses too. Hold on. Let me see if I've got any addresses around here. Because
Well,
where Don, see where he got that, I'm pretty sure where he got that. Let's see. I'm pretty sure where he got that DUI is way up here. It's somewhere around. It's somewhere up. It's the same lines though. I mean, it's going to be around the same lines for sure. It's going to tell the same story. But if we go back down on ground level, there's houses right here. Here's the
I thought that was like a
3500.
pond or something.
Yeah, here's 3500 Greenville on Van Hill. So that there was definitely a pond there.
Yeah.
There's definitely a pond.
Okay, 3300 Van Hill Road.
Okay. So let me go up.
3300 Van Hill.
It went from
Road.
32 to 37. So it went from 32.
Yeah, I'm looking at Google Maps, and it's putting 3300 on the roof of this house with a tree trimming truck in the front of it.
33. Hold on.
Yeah, right there. 3300 Van Hill Road.
Is that Rogersville or Greenville?
It's on the border. It could go either way.
Yeah, it looks like it can go either way. Okay, so this is a property here.
Yeah. Now, if you go to Street View, you'll see the. Yeah, go on up there a little bit. There's part. Yeah, go on up there. You see it
Right
there?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
remember-
yeah.
Remember, tree trimmers were up there the day Summer went missing.
True. Yeah.
Yes, they were. They were in that holler down there.
I wonder
Ruh-roh.
I wonder if that feller was up there with them.
Let's look at that. Hold on.
What's the name on
Whoever
the
that-
truck?
Whoever that is.
What's the name of the truck?
Mm-hmm.
They got it blurred out.
Oh, it is blurred out. I'll be darned.
Wow.
It just says tree trimming, brush removal, pole lighting, because they were doing all that stuff down in that holler that day. Well, that's what she told Chris McDonough. Candace herself said that.
Wow.
So whoever's house that is, I'm just curious
wild.
to if whoever lives there, if they might know Don and Candace, or
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, that's the only connection to that search area that I can make the day Summer went missing. I was like, okay, they're searching 3500 Van Hill Road. There was tree trimmers there that day. Okay,
Yeah.
what are
Yeah.
the odds there's a tree trimming truck right there where they're searching?
Wow.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, that is a major connection. If you ask me, I mean, depending on what business was down there and what, if they connect, I'd love to know what business that is.
I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm still, because I've been on, of course, Google and Scribble Maps. I've been all the way down this road. And the reason why is because this is I mean, these are great lines, and I've
Mhm.
searched this road, and I've tried to find, and like, here's Daniel Boone. Yeah. I've looked at this too. I wonder if I've put any hot spots. I haven't, but I wanted to. I wanted to put some hot spots up here too. And it's because I've never, and if you go boots on the ground right here, and you look at the Daniel Boone, I'm not seeing anything, so I'm not there to be able to say that there's a road here. But look at that. I mean, I want a hot spot out there. And here's my little man, and there's Candace. That's her line. She's the pink. And then it goes up here to the state of Tennessee, to Sharpie Jr., and then to Moore. So we would be going up through here to find Summer. Is the way I'm seeing it, But it's the same lines. I mean, this is a great place to find her. It really is. Great place. And
And
Greenville,
sometimes people go back to where they put people. I hate to say that because I do try to keep the faith that she's still with us, but in the event that she's not, maybe they have been in the area, visiting or going back and forth. We just don't know.
yeah. And see, like right here, it looks like that there's a road here, but actually, if you turn, there's a paper mail thingy there. This is a driveway, so that's a private driveway. So it would be this one right through here. Let's look at that one, because this is right there. This is right there by where they're
Nearby
looking.
the pond.
Yeah, it's right there by where they're looking. And, there's a house here, but this looks like a creepy ass road to go down. A bunch of back roads in the holler. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that they are actually searching for her. 3,300, 35.
Yeah, I was going to try to get you let's see here, because I went, whenever I was going out there to Ben Hill Road, I went down that road where the Lily Lids got murdered on, which is right off of Van Hill. Can y'all hear me okay and everything?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, because I didn't know.
Yeah, I can.
See, I've got a hot spot here.
Let's see. I think my Wi-Fi
See, I'm
is acting up. Okay,
Y'all can
Payne
feel up-
Hollow Road, or Payne
Payne
Hollow.
Hollow.
Yeah, that's where the Lily Lids were murdered.
Okay, right
And
through
it-
here.
Is right off of Van Hill. It connects.
Yeah, it's right here. All right, let me look. Yeah.
The connection is bad. I'm gonna try going off and then coming back on.
Okay. So Payne Hollow.
Yeah. Let me see here.
200 Payne Hollow. Yeah. Yeah. This is
Okay,
definitely.
so Google Maps has the crosses and everything. They put like a little memorial there with flowers and crosses and little stones and everything where those satanic kids shot them to death.
Yeah.
And Google's blurred it out. It wasn't for, I don't know why Google will blur out the crosses and stuff like that and the flowers.
I think you've told me about this, or you did a video about this.
Yeah, I went out there and I done a video where I went out
Yeah.
there and showed it.
I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. And it is, you know, this is it's creepy to think about. But look.
Yeah, the only one
Um,
that survived was the baby, and they shot him in the face, and I guess he lost his eye, and he's the only one that lived.
Yeah, that's wild. That is
My
wild. But
goodness.
Tennessee does receive leads. You know, they receive leads on Payne Hollow. You know, Summer receives information here, possibly money. This could be where she's hidden or she's contained. And her dad is going right over that home at the end. Her dad is going right over that. It looks like a home anyway. 790 Payne Hollow. So you keep on going and you run into a home. Don't know, you know, how long that place has been there, but man, yeah. But this is a good area, I think, to search. I'm just not sure that the TBI is going to get correct information, especially if they're dealing with Sharfie Jr. They just may not be, you know, but I have ridden these lines all the way down because they're good ones. They're definitely good ones to find, Summer.
Oh yeah, I'll probably, because I've spoken to Ansley Daniels, the news reporter to WJHL. Me and her talked a couple times, kind of behind the scenes, because you know she's the one that interviews Dawn and Candace every anniversary that it comes around, and yeah, she told me some interesting stuff about this last time that they interviewed, you know, Dawn and Candace, and then Candace walked off and stuff like that. So I'm going to reach out to her and maybe see if she's heard anything as to, you know, exactly maybe where they were looking.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of her too, and she seems like, you know, she's put up with a lot from those two, just to say. Because and I know
Yeah.
people are asking about, you know, Poppy was talking about the short haircuts of with Summer, and you know, I know that Chloe had spoke, and I've had Chloe on the panel too before about Summer. Um, you know, she spoke to them and she spoke to a lot of people close to the case. And I mean, they say it's because Summer wanted her hair short. Candace has told the news, you know, she cut her hair short with Summer. I really believe that it was for punishments, and that's my opinion on it. But um, all kinds of things have been said about the haircuts for Summer being so short, and she's just so cute, you know, and she wanted to be a princess, but yet they have her with this short hair, and I don't know. It's sad.
Yeah. It
Man,
is
I would
sad.
love it if Sumner County or TBI in Sumner County come out and said they were searching a specific area up there near Sebastian. That would be awesome, but we've not heard nothing from them in like months, have we?
Nothing. And
Nothing.
that's another, you know, it's a big problem when we don't ever hear. But it's also, you know, I can understand why they don't, but it would be nice if they did. Just give us a little breadcrumb, you know, just give us something. Let us know that you're doing something, that you're still looking at it. This is interesting. I just turned on the FBI, and the FBI is also here. It's right here, actually. The FBI is for Summer's map. It's coming over that property right there.
Now there's no cell phone signal in that area right there. So I won't be able to like go live tomorrow when I'm up there. So it'll just have to be a pre-recorded, just when I drive up through there, and I'll just have to record. I mean, if law enforcement's up there, I'm gonna record it. I'm gonna get my drone out. I'm gonna hopefully I don't get in trouble, but I'm gonna get my drone out and see where they're exactly. I'm gonna creep on them and see where they're searching. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do it to it, man. I mean, no guts, no glory, and all they'd have to do is say, please don't do that, you know?
Well, my drone's got almost a 10-mile range, so I could actually fly it from the interstate all the way over there if I wanted to. And
I'm
they
just
they really
saying.
wouldn't even know it's above them, to be honest with you.
That is so cool. Yeah, drones are so useful like that. But I agree with you, Jen. No guts, no glory. I mean, the worst they can say is that you got to leave and get out of here. I mean, but you might as well.
Yeah, if I'm
You
five
know,
miles away, they won't even know I'm there.
wow. See, that is so cool. Some of those drones
Seth,
take some amazing pictures too, I'll say.
Seth said, since where's that? Seth is in here. He said since April. Where is it?
Yeah, that last presser was April 2nd,
Yep,
2024.
April. And I mean, it's just too long. It's just too long, Seth.
I mean, you would think that every 90 days, maybe they would come say, hey guys, get with the news and do like a 30-second segment, because, the public does have a kind of vested interest in this, and everybody's glued to it. And, I mean, it like every 90 days, it wouldn't take much at all to do a 30-second segment just to say, hey, we're still working on it. We're still following up on leads. We've not forgotten about Sebastian. I mean, how long did that take me right there?
Right.
Not very long, and I think it would help a lot with people to just hear that coming from law enforcement, because even though some people might say, well, I don't trust the police or whatever, but we do look to them for answers because they are an authority. And I think it's important for us to have an open relationship with that. I mean, keep what's close to the vest close. I understand that. I don't fault them for that, but at least come out and give us an update.
Yeah. I mean, just, because there's so many people thinking that, they're sitting on their hands, and, if they can just devote one day every 3 months, and it don't even have to be the whole day. I mean, whatever it takes just to get with the news, and the news can come down to the police station. They can do like I mean, I'm sure it probably would only take about 30 minutes to actually record what they need to record for a 30-second clip, and then just take it back to the news station. And, that I think that would satisfy a lot of people.
Well, Sassy is asking, isn't it their duty? Is it their duty, Don?
Well, they have no, actually, they have no, I mean, it's law enforcement. They really have no duty to release information. They have no duty to do press conferences. They really have no duty other than just investigate it, and that's all they have. That's really just their duty, and it's really up to them whether they want to look good in the public's eye or look bad in the public's eye. But I mean, they really, I mean, they don't have a duty. Like, nobody would get fired for not doing any press conferences or anything. But it's good. Number one, it's good. It's good relations, because if that area that pays taxes, I'm a Tennessee resident. I pay taxes, and I'm sure some of my taxes go to the TBI. It doesn't go to Sumner County, but it does go to TBI. Whether it be Sumner County or TBI, either one of them could give a 30-second, presser every 90 days. And I think that would satisfy the public.
I think that that's a big problem with the state of Tennessee, is their response to the public. I don't think it would be as crazy if they would just come out and state what they're doing. As far as, we are still actively searching for Sebastian. We have received, we haven't received any new leads. We hope that that's going to change. If you know anything about Sebastian, it wouldn't take long at all. Just a little quick presser,
Right. And if you
It-
remember some of the parents in Idaho 4, they were really pissed off at the police too, until they dropped, until they put out the description of Brian Koberger's car. And then it kind of, the families were kind of like, okay, yeah, they, we're kind of getting behind law enforcement now. And then when they arrested Brian Koberger, they were fully behind law enforcement. So, I mean, but again, that those families, they weren't told anything, and they were really pissed off at the police too, until, and I think because everything is such a high profile in the Idaho 4, in some of these cases, they just feel the need to just shut all the information down until they make their move. And I don't know why that is. I mean, we can say because they don't want to give the bad guys a heads up, but they did give Brian Koberger a heads up because they, said they were looking for his white Elantra. So, I mean, and that was like, a couple of weeks before I think they even arrested him.
Yeah, Seth said that he would donate the picture since they couldn't even have that at the Les presser. And then Crazy Bird says it's wrong, very wrong to shut out the parents. But you know what? Every parent that I've talked to, there's been quite a few that have missing kids. They say the same thing, especially here in Tennessee. They
Jessica
don't.
is dealing with that too, Jen. In Michigan, the police won't tell anybody anything. I mean, I've tried to talk with Detective Castle, and she just assured me that it's an open and ongoing investigation. So I've been really just left to talk to people close to the case and try to figure out, kind of what Don's doing, what you do is working with the family members and asking them, do you remember anything? Or, just little things, or, hey, what about this? And then also trying to organize searches and get Devlin's, face out there on flyers. But I mean, they don't have a duty to tell us anything, but it certainly would be nice if they did. I even asked the detective for Devlin's case, could I please go to, where should I go for good information so that it's coming from law enforcement? And she said there will not be an update. And that's frustrating for Jessica and myself, but more so for Jessica.
And I think also that, even if, here's one scenario, like if Sumner County or TBI came out and said, hey, we felt pressured to do this, so here we are, we're doing this, and just to let you know, we are making progress on the case, very, very good progress on the case. That right there may tip off the bad guys to go, oh crap, well then let's just shut down even more since we know that they're on us. And just even, sometimes just even that being that generic can tip off the bad guys to where the bad guys can okay, take some extra precautions to cover their tracks and just, do some things. On the other hand, though, too, it could set the bad guys up to where they could make phone calls, do stuff digitally that, it triggers them to do stuff that shows guilt. And, I'm telling you right now, the TBI and the FBI, they've had federal warrants probably in place, and they are monitoring everybody from Seth, Chris and Katie, Katie's family, Chris's family. They're monitoring everybody 24/7 in real time, what they're doing and saying.
I agree.
I believe that, Don.
Yeah, I definitely, I see it. I see it, y'all. Okay, hold on. Let me add my, what do y'all think about that? That's it. It looks like that, that tree service.
I mean, it looks exactly like it, right? I think that is
Exactly.
it. Hills Tree Service.
Hills Tree and Bucket Service.
Oh, thank you, and Bucket. Thanks, Jen. I got to get some glasses for real.
3310 Van Hill Road. Yep, this is Van Hills. This is Van Hill Road, 3310. That's it. That would be it.
And they're 24-hour. And what were the emergency? I wonder what they were. I mean, I know they were down there cleaning some things up, but I wonder if there was a storm right before that or what. But
now I know there was a larger company down there in charge of doing all the tree service work, but
I
wonder. I don't know if it's Davy Tree Company or there's some large ones around here, and I just wonder though if that feller there may have gotten in with them and said, or maybe they subcontracted and he was up there to, you know what I mean?
I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're saying. Like they
Yeah.
might have went ahead and like even got into the mix and made it seem like they were part of that group and they weren't too.
Yeah, somebody's wanting to know. Sassy's wanting to know, why is CP buddies with Brandon Carter? I don't know that they're buddies. I don't know. Girl, I don't know if they're buddies or not. I would hope that there's no, conflicts interest here. Oh, hold on. Where am I going?
Yeah, we got to be careful about stuff like that
Yeah.
because I mean, if tomorrow the news broke that Katie and Chris had been arrested for whatever happened to Sebastian, it's comments like that you're going to have to eat crow on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and everybody does from
No,
some
don't
point
be
or
sorry.
another, but
Don't be sorry, babe. No. No, I mean, you're safe here, babe. You can say what you want. What happened? Where did we go?
Yeah.
Where did we go? Damn, what did I do? Here we are. Sorry.
I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of cops that I hate. There's a lot of cops that I like. There's a lot of detectives I hate. Detectives I like. Doctors I hate. Doctors I like. But I don't think 100% of Sumner County is all bad. I don't think 100% of Hawkins County is all bad. It's just, I mean, that's just the way it is in every profession. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't have to retract that statement. I mean, we just don't know. We don't know if I think that when he said that Carter was there, I think he was saying that Carter was there interviewing him and people that he worked with. I don't know that it necessarily means that they're buddy. Yeah, we can only pray that they're working the case, Mama Marissa, right? We can only pray that they're working it. And I think that they are. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Well, I'm glad he's in your chat this time and not on mine if that's him. But I agree, Don, with what you're saying. There's bad in even religious groups, right? And you think that's a safe place where you can go and worship and everything. And there's bad people in that sector too. There's just bad people here and there. And, some people get into it for the right reasons. Some people get into it for the wrong reasons,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, Daniel, don't remove it. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, it's not Christopher Proudfoot. If it was, he'd take the link. I think that it's just somebody that is just trying to ruffle our feathers, and we just don't need to pay it no attention unless, if he definitely, gets rude or whatever.
Yeah, and again, that would be a reason why I would say, if that is really Chris or whatever, even though I don't appreciate the name, it seems kind of aggressive in my opinion. Then come up and take the link. But then also in that same breath, if that's somebody posing as Chris Proudfoot, you're a jerk too. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if they would take the link, I mean, it would, I mean, clear it up right there. You can, I mean, if it's not Chris, you could boot him. If it's, if it's Chris needs to be a jerk, you can still boot him. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, take
Right.
the link, man. It's an open panel. If you want to talk. It's an open panel. Come on. Come on. That's all I got to say. Come on. It's an open panel.
but yeah, I mean, I'm sure that, just like Seth, I'm sure Katie is probably pissed off at the cops because they're not talking to her either.
Yeah. I would think
don't
so.
know really about Chris. Chris is stepdad, but I mean, it seems like it's not really bothering him as much as it is Katie, but Katie seems to be, from the get-go. I mean, Katie seems really, really bothered by everything. And, from the get-go, man, it has this whole YouTube thing with everything. It's just and just like the Summer Wells case. But the Summer Wells case, Dawn and Candace, you know, I mean, you don't have Chris and Katie on here, drunk every night, hitting each other. You know what I mean? I think on that aspect of it, Chris and Katie, social media wise, for some part of it, has done better than Dawn and Candace by a long shot.
Yeah. Yeah. How does someone just disappear without a trace? I think that, and for my opinion, I don't think that he disappeared without a trace. I think that there are some things that make sense to the law enforcement. I just don't know if that's going to be the end game for him, if it's not going to be a little twist and turn for him.
Well, what
My
bothers me is up here in Jefferson County, there was a little girl. She was 7 years old, autistic, and she disappeared. Dogs immediately tracked her down to the lake, and they put TWRA put boats in there with you know, the sonars, and they found her drowned at the bottom, you know, right there underneath a boat dock. But why couldn't they have tracked Sebastian?
Right.
That's the $1,000,000 question.
Yeah.
It's true.
Both Sebastian and this girl were autistic. The only difference is they tracked that girl right to where her body was found, basically. What about Sebastian? I mean, they tracked her coming out of the house down to the lake. I've not heard nothing about, well, they tracked Sebastian to, I mean, when we talk about the retention pond, everybody's like, well, they don't know if that was Sebastian's scent. So we're still like, what the crap?
Right. At square one all over again. And, you know, I mean, that's it.
Right. That's it. There is nothing to say that Sebastian left the home. So here's my thing. Okay. Well, he's not in the home. So then did he make it home? I mean, we have to think logical here.
Right. And the
Yeah.
no shoes thing is either a really big mistake on their part, or I mean, it's just unbelievable to me at this point, especially with the radius searches, all of the resources that were used. If Sebastian really truly walked off with no shoes on, he wouldn't have made it very far, in my opinion.
And I do, in my opinion, think the 3 a.m. lights have evidentiary value to the case. They just don't know. The police do not know, in my opinion, what kind of evidentiary value to the case those lights represent. Because, I mean, in my opinion, you know, they've researched it, but they just can't put a car there on, you know, in that area, or else they would have came out with a description of a car already. That's my opinion.
I agree.
I mean, it
Yeah,
don't have any
definitely.
evidentiary value at this time, but I think down the road, you know, if things break, yeah, I guarantee you it'll probably have evidentiary value.
Yeah, and that's where I'm stuck too, Don, because I mean, obviously he got out of the house some way, somewhere, you know, so obviously it would have been sometime, there had to have been a car involved, or his scent would have been tracked as well. So there's just so many things that point to that. But then on the flip side of that, I'm like, where is he then? You know, where could they have taken him? And then Chris knows all the routes, and he knows where the cameras drop off. And you know, if that is Chris in the chat, those are some questions that I have legitimately, if you can be respectful enough to answer them. So that's where I'm at with that, because you know,
Right.
either way, he's out of the house now. Where did he go? You know, where'd they take him, or where did he go? You know, if he did walk off. So and then did he make it home is a big one for me too, because like I said, that's that gnawing little question in the back of my mind. Okay, but what if he didn't make it home? And you know, again, with Jen telling us about Stop 30 and us going there and looking, yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's a,
and even in the Summer Wells case, I forgot about this, but they said they had a good track on her going down to the road and then lost the track. Where's Sebastian's?
Oh, I remember that.
Exactly. I mean, if there is no evidence that he left the house, is the evidence that he made it home something that they need to be reevaluating? You know, like she says, no scent to the driveway, taking trash out. There, if he took the trash out, that's where the scent should have led them and ended. Or if he had gotten in a car, you know, it would have ended right there. Or it's just, there's so many questions here. And I think that Sonny saying 6:23 that he took the trash out at 6:20, he was in error. You know, just like the FBI, their update was in error. It was an error.
Who said he took? You said Sonny. Who's that?
Sonny Weatherford.
Oh, the sheriff that died.
Yeah.
Now he said
Seth
what?
is asking, he says, I have a question for you, Dawn.
Oh,
Seth has
okay.
got a question for you.
Yeah, buddy, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's that question, Seth? And thank y'all for putting Chris out. I mean, that Christopher Proudfoot he's a troll. Thank you guys for putting him out. Great mods, great work, great teamwork. Thank you so much. Yeah. Jeff said, I'm done with him. He's over.
Yeah,
he's
especially
over
with
it.
the shut up and all that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, take the link, come up, you know, quit your shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're all
But
adults
yeah,
here.
what is it, Seth? What do you want to? It's like if there is no scent that Sebastian, if there is nothing that is leading us to Sebastian, and we're talking about thousands of ground searchers, dogs. I mean, we're talking about agencies from all over. I mean, he's just not a Houdini.
Now tell me what that Sonny guy said again about the trash.
Okay, Sonny Weatherford said that he took the trash out at 6:20, but he couldn't have taken the trash out at 6:20 because he was at Texas Roadhouse at 6:20.
Okay, there it is. Seth said, why would Ellie take her 2 weeks to retrieve video from a certain location? Take over. Maybe they didn't know the video
Existed.
I'm just thinking maybe they didn't know it existed.
Well, I think what he's saying is that it wasn't a day or two later, and we had 3 or 4 people, if not more. I mean, Seth would know all the details, but there was a lot of people that was saying that Kathy was seen at Worsham's before Sebastian was reported missing. And there was I remember, I mean, I don't know if I can find the screenshots, but I think that that's what he's talking about, because it did take them 2 weeks. And correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, but it did take law enforcement 2 weeks to go to Worsham's to get the video. And we were told, or I think he was told, I won't say we, I think he was told that there's no video because they recorded over it. And so there's some suspicions there with that sighting, I think.
At 5:30 a.m.
Tell me
at
if I'm wrong.
Worsham,
Yeah,
her
tell me if
car.
I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, Seth.
Yeah, and some businesses, if it's a business, some businesses, like I worked at this one place, and their recorded video went to their corporate servers and was stored on their corporate servers in Ohio, not Tennessee. So if you had to get with that company and say, hey, I need the video footage from such and such date and such time. Okay, well, yeah, let me give you the phone number to our corporate headquarters in Ohio, and you can call them. And then, you know, that company also had an IT guy, and the IT guy would have to go look for it, get it prepared for the police and all that stuff. It's not kind of like a TV show where you can just get it, in 5 minutes?
Yeah, but Warsham's is privately owned.
Yeah,
Their
Worshams
D-
is privately
their
owned. Is
DVR
what
probably rewrites over itself every 30 days.
Jeff is sitting here and he's listening in and he's saying that it probably rewrites over the recording because it's privately owned. So it's instead of, it's not uncommon for stores like that to reuse and re-record
Yeah, and I
their
just
DVR.
wonder, I just wonder if it
Their
really
DVR would rewrite
every 30 days.
every 30 days. But I mean, that could have been the time frame that they did it. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
just
don't
really
know.
wonder if it took them 2 weeks to get to Worshams, or if it took 2 weeks for that information to come out that they had already done that. You know what I mean?
Seth is saying the location was within the 5-mile radius of Sebastian's house. But yet you would think that all video would have been retrieved from within the certain radius. It is local and privately owned. Yeah, you would think so. You would think so that within so many days of Sebastian going missing, all of the 5-mile radius video would have been retrieved, especially from the businesses. I totally agree.
Now we also
Well, there
don't
was
know.
also a co-op with the video that was worked out with the other people around. Whoever wanted to be involved in it gave access to their Ring cameras, according to what Stephen Crabtree said. And that's what that's him saying it, but I'm just saying that he did go and talk to them, and that's what was said. So
Yeah, this is a good one. Dusty Garbage Girl says, wouldn't the video be stored on the cloud? That's forever.
It depends on what kind of service they've got. It could be
Yeah, I
local,
guess so. It
you
would
know.
depend.
It's just like your. I mean, it's just like any business. I mean, they could store it on a local server. They could store it on the cloud. Just depends on what kind of service they're running.
yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, they were all giving access. Well, not everybody, but whoever did give access would have, had something maybe to show, but also, that does stick out about the 5:30 a.m. at people telling Chloe PI that, Chris's mother's car was over by Worshams that morning, over by the storage. So, and then I know that his sister Melissa had said in a Facebook post that they were looking since 6:30. Well, that was before the police even arrived.
Well, the other thing too is their cars are so new that if her car was at Worshams, I'm sure anyway. I'm sure police, and they're still doing it to this day. What I'm talking about, the federal warrants and stuff. They're if Seth has a GPS in his car, they're watching him. If Chris and Katie, we all know they have newer cars, so I guarantee you the FBI has technical analysts watching every move Chris and Katie make with their cars, their phones. I'm sure that they dumped the information hopefully they dumped the information from Chris's parents' vehicle, or anybody related to Chris. And if I think if anything suspicious would have showed up, we wouldn't know about it, but I'm sure the public might have seen them searching in the woods somewhere where maybe a certain vehicle may have stopped for 30 minutes, kind of like Letitia Stout. They seen her car stopped in a rural area for about 30 minutes. They went and searched and found that board with, Gannon's blood and stuff on it, and confronted her with it. So,
I don't know if there's any connection. I don't know if there is any connection with the Worshams and the Bowersox of the Prophets. I have no idea. All I know is that there's a lot of things that should have been done that weren't done. And if we want to talk about protocol, if you're looking, let's just say that you're looking from just a 3-mile radius. Let's take it down to 3. Worshams is there. And you've got people saying the day after that Kathy was there, the day after that Kathy
It
was
is
there,
right there too, Jen.
why
It is
why
right
wouldn't they run
there.
over there and get it? I mean, there are things that, when you're a parent of a missing kid, all of these details matter. And you're looking at the law enforcement to help you bring your child home safely and quickly. And if you're not seeing the things that are common sense, that are not common sense to you, that aren't being done, then you have a lack of disrespect, a lack of care, a lack of trust. And I think
The
that is where we're at here.
the
You
thing
know,
that kind of disappoints me, and what I look forward to, or what I was and still am looking forward to, is um, I would love to see the Bower Sox publicly come out and answer some questions like the Worsham video, anything of that nature. I don't think the Bower Sox has ever came out and made any, public statements about Sebastian's case, have they?
no, uh-uh. No, they haven't.
No. No.
That's kind of
And
weird. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think so too. That's
especially
kind of
with
weird.
people having questions in regards to them. I mean, everybody else is getting on here and giving their version of everything.
yeah, and I think the guy from Worsham's probably should have went off and said something publicly, and in my opinion, not to Stephen Crabtree, because if all the locals know that he's on dope and Seth thinks he's on dope, then, and I've seen the video where he was sniffing something in the woods, I'm imagining that's what everybody's referring to. Then, hey, I think, we need somebody more reliable to go up and talk to those people. Although I think Sassy said she did, so, um, you know but ultimately, in that regard, when we're talking about the duty that the police officers have, in my opinion, that's the duty of that's their job, to go looking and finding out whether Kathy really was there or not. I mean, if you find out she's not, great. If you find out she is, then that's one more clue for you.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it would be totally awesome if Kathy could do an interview with anybody. I mean, anybody legit, like a news reporter, anybody like that, and clear up some questions questions and rumors that the police have. Now, if Kathy done an interview with the local news, the Bower Sox done an interview with the local news, and they come out and said, listen, the police, they've been to our house, they've turned our house upside down. They went through our yard with our front and backyard with ground penetrating radar and stuff like that. They tore our cars upside down. I would love to hear that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
oh
Definitely.
yeah,
Yeah. Hold on. This is Worsham's right here, guys. This is Worsham's, and right here. There it is. And we've got going right over it. And this is why I love my maps, okay? I love to create them. Missing EQ, which it's about travels and communications. It's a higher learning here. This is the information that's talked about during the missing event. This is found here, right over Worsham's. And so I would imagine if they saw her, it could have been right through here, or she could have been right through here. Remember, Lady Freedom, you and I, or you were videoing through here, and I was parked here. Remember? There's a whole area
yeah.
here in the park.
Well, I was
You can
amazed by the water too, because I was like, if it hasn't rained here in a long time, what was the water like back then? In terms of it, being rushing and flowing or moving one way or another, whatever. I was thinking about that,
Yeah,
just for the sake of, if she was parked over there, then maybe she was getting rid of evidence, just different things. And then I remembered the mattress pad, and I'm like, oh, that's right next to the storage. So I remember.
yeah. And so, Seth is saying too that she was with him when he went to pick up his fifth will. So you know, and let me just
Mm.
tell you something too. When it involved that Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs taking Seth to court, Chris and his mother, Cruella, they were there.
Mm.
That was the weirdest thing to me.
Very strange.
Very strange. It was very strange because we were there to support Seth, to be a witness, what have you, because we were there at the vigil that Texana came to. But why is Chris and Katie? I mean, why would they support? Why is Chris and his mother showing up to court when they weren't even there at the vigil? Why are they supporting Texana? It's the weirdest shit. The
I
way
agree,
that
Jen.
mother,
Yeah,
way that
I was
Chris's
watching your
mother,
live, girl, and I saw it, and I was like, "You're so right," you know, because I get that, you know, it's done and over with, but I think it speaks volumes about Chris and Katie and, you know, what they've done in this case and what they haven't, and that's where I think it's important to remember that because what are they doing in court like that? Like, I get this. Katie was not there, excuse me, but that just the fact that Chris is there with his mom and like you said, Cruella, her reputation precedes herself. I mean, she is
I mean,
the
that
thing
again
is,
goes back to
why are they even there, Dawn? Do you understand
that
what I'm saying?
that goes back to me wanting to hear from the Bowersox, especially Kathy. You know, if they would get with the news or someone and just because their behavior looks a certain way to the public and the public questions that behavior. So if they could give the public some answers, um, I mean, I think I think it would help. I mean, I would more than love to see, you know, I mean, if Kathy sat down with like the local news, I don't know who it'd be, WSMV or whoever, and you know, say, okay, this is why we were there. This is why we were at court when this happened. I can address the video. I can address the rumors about, you know, me being at Worsham's at 5:30. I can tell you why I was there. Um, I mean, wouldn't that just be awesome if she would do that?
nobody said a word. It's so crazy to me that nobody has said a word when it comes to any of the people in Chris's family. I mean, they've said things on Facebook, and you know that's all we've ever seen of them is just you know the nasty comments back and forth or them saying that they were searching for Sebastian at 6:30. I mean that bothers me especially because like I think it was Liberty had said about 6:38 and I said yeah it was 6:38 to the best of my knowledge is when the call was made. So if they were already notified, then yeah, that would be nice if she came out and answered for some of that.
With the windows up.
Yeah, she was driving through with the windows up. She's just looking straight ahead. She's not. It's the weirdest. It's
Yeah, I mean,
weird.
Chris
Chrissy
and
is asking. I think Seth would benefit by speaking with McDonough, and perhaps he has some ideas on how to proceed at this juncture. So, Trishy, he has definitely talked to Chris McDonough, and Chris has said recently on Josh the Lab, his last live with Chris, he has stated that Seth and he have spoken numerous times. And the thing is, I mean, Seth is in chat, so he can speak on that. But I'm pretty sure, Seth, if I'm not mistaken, that in order for Chris McDonough for the cold case to be involved, either the law enforcement, the leading law enforcement agency, which is Sumner County, they would have to ask Chris, the cold case, to help, or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, they would have to clear Seth. And because of the lights video, because of all the lights, that could be the reason why they won't clear Seth. But they are doing a disadvantage of not being able to call on Chris McDonough and the Cold Count Case Foundation, because I think that they would benefit. I think that any agency right now, you know, you got to do something different to get different results. And sometimes you just got to lower your pride and you got to ask for help. And I don't know what, we just don't know what we don't know, to use, you know, Snuggle Struggles words. I mean, we really don't know. We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, I think Sebastian's. I do not think Sebastian, in my opinion, ran off. And in my opinion, it is a criminal investigation. And um, by them saying it is not cold, I believe that that's just because leads are still coming in. I think that's because they've got stuff that supports a certain direction for the investigation, but enough proof to arrest somebody or some people that they just not gotten to yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Rosebud says, well, they are always on the defense. If there's nothing to hide, when someone asks questions, just answer them. The truth is real easy to remember, and there are not versions of the truth. What you said, sis. What you said.
Mhm.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree all around. And I think that, you know, the police are probably not going to come out ever and tell us that they screwed up in the beginning and let everybody in the house and didn't treat it like a crime scene. They're never going to admit that. I mean, we can hope, but it probably will never happen.
Well, I mean, Carter did say in that email, it's in black and white, to Justin with Clutch Them Pearls. He did say, all I can say is that this is a active criminal investigation. So criminal. And then he, you know, he also said in one of those emails back to Justin that Justin has showed plenty of times, is that what makes the most sense? He's asking what makes the most sense. And Seth
Well,
says the FBI can send a rep to my house and they can follow me everywhere I go. No issues with that, right? And they
I
sure
mean,
can.
Oh, I can guarantee you they're following everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
they're following, you know, I don't know what kind of vehicle Seth drives, but if he's got a newer vehicle with GPS and OnStar or whatever they use now, you know, you know, they've tapped his phone, his car, they've tapped Chris's phone, Chris's car, Katie's phone, Katie's car, Katie's family's vehicles, their phones, Chris's parents' phones. They're probably, I mean, they've probably went in with some hardcore warrants, and they're even listening to their TVs and stuff. I mean, it's
well, I
crazy.
agree. And it's just like in Monkey's case, they knew everything in the beginning, but they couldn't share it with us. And now we're seeing that they knew like everything. They knew everything about what everybody was doing. And I don't know how to clear Seth. Like my head was in, you know, my hands just thinking about like how could we clear him when I saw his comment. Um, I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's Seth's make and model, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. But and the other thing too is, I mean, and unlike the Idaho 4 case where they come out and they cleared, you know, the hoodie guy, a couple jacks that were involved, you know, people thought they were involved in it. The food truck guy, you know, the sheriff come out and said these people are not involved. They actually come out and said that in a press conference because YouTube was going crazy with a bunch of, you know, speculation about a couple of the jacks, the hoodie guy, the food truck guy. And when police came out and said these people have nothing, I can tell you these people have been cleared. You could have heard a pin drop on YouTube. But, you know, if police come out and publicly clear Seth, it's going to definitely create, in my opinion, a hell of a circus on some other people.
Oh yeah, I agree. You know, it's like there's so much that the police have gathered really in the first 7 days. If they took all the footage, then they have a good idea, I think, of what's going on. I don't believe a lot of what Chris says either when he comes out and he kind of brags about that he knows like insider information, or even sometimes when the YouTubers say, well, we have insider information, but you have information that you're getting from from Chris and Katie, not uh, necessarily the best information, because they could be telling them anything. And I've also caught, I've also caught Chris and Katie in a lot of different scenarios where they weren't being truthful.
Yeah, and also, in my opinion, if I was an investigator and the news asked me, hey, like I'll just give an example. I'm not saying, I'm just giving an example here. Let's say if I'm the investigator in the Sebastian Rogers case, and we've got some stuff that are making us really watch Chris and Katie, right? Or the Bauer Sox, or Katie's family, whoever it is. Let's just say Chris, for example, we'll just say Chris and Katie. And we're really, we've got our eyes on them for a reason, a specific reason. I'm going to come out and tell you, I'm going to lie to the public because, it's going to get back to Chris and Katie. They're going to see it. But I'm going to say, yeah, they're definitely cooperating with the investigation, because, can you imagine, though, if we still need Chris and Katie to make that one mistake, if they said, yeah, we're watching them, I would say, because you just don't want the bad guys to go, okay, yeah, they're, oh crap, yeah, they're looking at us. We better cover our tracks a little more. So, with the police coming out saying Chris and Katie have cooperated, just take that with a grain of salt, because that could be a cover. So, they just want them to feel comfortable. And, because, the police are just waiting for that one mistake to pounce. And,
Yes, Don, I agree with that. I agree. It just opened my eyes so much when I saw the documents for Monkey Vaughn. I was like, oh, thank God they knew the whole time. And they did get cleared. Little Miss Sharon said about them getting cleared. I really feel like if the police could come out and clear Seth, they would, but then it would tip off Chris and Katie and it would cause a lot of issues and drama. Do you think that, that's another reason they're probably being untruthful as well, because if they were to come out and say that, then I think it would cause more harm than good, maybe.
Yeah, and I think a lot of law enforcement agencies. Now, I can tell you this from speaking to the Sevier County Sheriff's Department, because I've talked to some officers up there, because of social media and the age that we're living in now, and the information just flows so fast. A lot of law enforcement agencies have shut down, and they're just playing stupid in a lot of investigations to, make sure that they don't lose that edge. You know what I mean?
Well, and they can't. And, even especially, yeah, like if they have only a small amount of information, they are really going to keep it close because, or whatever is pertinent, since it's such a small area. I think that's, again, with Devlin's case, I do remind Jessica of that, is that, if they let anything out, or if anybody knows anything, the whole town's going to know. And then, it's just going to be, on from there. So,
Yeah, and then nobody's satisfied with, like if police come out and said, like if they just gave a generic statement and said, listen, we are making some very good progress in Sebastian's case. And let me stress that, very good progress. The public ain't going to be satisfied with that. And then next thing you know, they're like, well, you said this. Why can't you just go on and say what it is? You know what I mean?
To the public. There's a lot of, okay, so talking about the public, I mean, y'all, I have had times where I'm just really disappointed in the public. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You know, just like take Seth's life for example. I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. He comes up on live just wanting to talk to his peeps. He's having, you know, he's having a hard time. This isn't easy. There's no handbook. Look who's in the chat. Look, Jules.
Oh, Jules.
And I do have to say, I
It's
do
been hard
wish,
for him. We
I
don't
do
have, there's
wish-
no handbook.
I do wish when these missing child cases or criminal cases get to a high profile level to where it's on YouTube and people like Seth, Chris and Katie, Letitia Stout, I mean, you know, whoever, Chris Watts, whatever, you can, the list goes on and on. I wished people would hire spokespeople for them, or not hire, but get a spokesperson, like, because I mean, it just turns into, in my opinion, I would love to hear a lot more from Chris and Katie. I would love to hear a lot more from Seth, from Chris and Katie's family.
Hold on, stop there. Hold on, Deb. Do you want to hear more from Seth? I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I think that.
But
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
it shouldn't be on Seth, in my opinion. It shouldn't be on Chris and Katie. It shouldn't be on anybody's shoulders until this thing is solved. Well, when it's solved, it's solved. There won't be no questions about it. But I think people need some professional representation when it comes to social media, because things get taken out of context, twisted. And if a professional person from the get-go represents a family member on social media, they can say what needs to be said and say it in a way to where you can't twist it. They can't come out and say, well, that's an extended family member of Sebastian's, and the way he was doing that interview was just creepy. If someone can, you know, represent people in a professional way, I think it would put the circus at bay. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, and you know, it's hard for Seth too at this point because he probably feels like he has answered all of the public's questions. And I know that would be hard to put a live together and stay on track and all of that, you know, but then Seth has a lot to say because he is trying to be a voice for Sebastian. I just appreciate anyone coming out in the family talking about Sebastian, because it is hard for us YouTubers when it's not our family. And so when we do get a piece of, you know, something that the family has said, which that we could look at, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, you know, but sometimes we have to remember that they're hurting, they're in pain. A lot of it is not going to be a good situation just with a missing person, missing loved one.
Yeah, but I mean, like in you know, there's just so many that I could name, and even with, you know, Seth, Chris, and Katie, currently, I mean, you know, if you know, someone needs to say, you know, I'm here to represent Seth. He's under a lot of stress. He don't, you know, I mean, he can do what he wants to. I mean, he's a grown man, but it would kind of, you know, at certain times if Seth didn't want to do it, someone could get on there and say, you know, they could speak for Seth and say, you know, Seth is definitely disappointed in the lack of communication with law enforcement. You know, we're not here to, you know, we're not here to call names and you know, this and that, but you know, he's definitely disappointed in law enforcement, and we're hoping, you know, that the communication opens up, and you know, there's that community. Because last time I heard a couple months ago, it sounded like Seth was back, you know, in the good gracious of trusting law enforcement, and then, you know, it's just like, you know, what have they done to piss him off so bad? I mean, what happened? I mean, it was a couple months ago. I mean, that, you know, they said they had, you know, it just seemed like Seth was like, okay, I'm satisfied with the police. You know, I think maybe Seth did talk to him and, you know, got some satisfaction there, but something has done a 180 here.
There's a lot of new information coming out, and I think when that happens, the pressure is on and everybody starts getting nervous, that especially if they had something to do with it or guilty knowledge.
Yeah, Seth says there's times that he don't know what to tell anybody. He has no new information, and it sucks so much. And then that is, you know, that's something too that we have to take into consideration, is that when we are a parent of a missing kid, the no new information brings about a lot of anger. It's he is going through a grieving process, and he doesn't even know what he's grieving. He says, Don B, I caught them in a couple of lies. And so, you know, with Seth kept catching them in lies, it's hard to trust, you know?
Yeah. I don't
Yes,
know
it
what the
is.
lies, I don't know what the lies were, but, I mean, that's just something. I mean, I don't know what the lies were. And, you know, maybe if we knew what the lies were, it would publicly make them be held accountable for those lies.
Yeah, I agree. And Rosebud says no county representation as a spokesperson, no victim's advocate for Seth. This is not how you handle a case. I agree, because there is no handbook. You know, when my stepson got leukemia, they did hand us a book. They took us in a room. They talked to us. They gave us numbers for people that could help us with our mental and emotional well-being, knowing that this is a terminal illness for Joshua, whose birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Joshua Jennings, who is no longer with us. But hey, Seth didn't get that. Seth doesn't. People that have missing children don't get handbooks. They don't have people that come and talk to them. There is nothing for the missing parents, and I do think that there's a lot of things that need to change. We need more support. We really do. We need more support. And it's sad. It's
Yeah,
so sad.
I would love to see a nonprofit organization or something, some kind of resource out there for, you know, families, you know, involved in high profile cases to get resources and get representation and stuff like that to help them, you know, navigate. Because, I mean, it's not like it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, nothing was really talked about on YouTube. YouTube is now what CNN, Fox News, YouTube is now, I mean, mainstream media is trying to play catch up with YouTube. And because of those dynamics, I think there needs to be resources in play for families and victims of high profile cases, to where they can, you know, get representation, whether it be given statements to social media and the news, get given support for, you know, just everything from that to just daily living, you know, because, you know, like Seth is taking it one day at a time, right? And some days he's probably taking it 1 hour at a time. I mean, he may be fine 1 minute, and we might not want to see how bad he is the next, you know.
Well, and here's the thing too, Don, and I have to say it because, when people are attacked for just for supporting Seth, and then it makes it like that he's isolated, or he probably even feels more so isolated, hard for him to trust. We talked about that earlier, and that's what's hard in this situation is that people are being attacked that are trying to, be that buffer, and then and it's just that's a horrible part of it in and of itself. So it is a tough situation that Seth is in because he does need those resources and people, and to feel like he does have people who have his back, and who can, because it takes a lot to organize a lot of this stuff as well. So it is it's tough.
Yeah, and but everybody also has to understand this is what I would say. All of the people that, and this, I'll say this to both sides. I'll say this, on Seth's side. I'll say this to Chris and Katie's side, to Seth's family, to Chris and Katie's extended family. If people are out there being childish and being immature and being, just ugly, unfortunately, like I said, this ain't 20 years ago when people had a platform to do that. You just have to ignore it, because those people, I mean, you have to do your best to ignore it, because those people really, at the end of the day, they don't mean nothing. They don't mean nothing to the investigation. They don't mean really anything to YouTube. They're, it's just like, a school bully. I mean, if a school bully was really, had any importance, or, anything like that, bullies would be set high on a platform. But I mean, most of them are criminals. Most of them, it's just they have no legitimacy to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Don. That it's absolutely spot on, because and they don't really even have a big voice when it comes to the grand scheme of things either. It's a smaller section of YouTube that even, is a community in and of itself. So you're spot on.
Yeah, I mean, when you start hearing people talk about, like I tried to raise concerns about Chris and Katie, raise concerns about the Bauer Sox, raise concerns about this and that. I try to do it, in a concerning, respectful manner. I will say, this is what concerns me about the way Chris and Katie are acting, but I'm not going to get on here and say, Chris and Katie are pieces of SHIT. I'm not going to get on here and say, make claims that they're, child KILLERS, stuff like that. Because if I did, that would just represent, the immaturity that I would have, you know what I mean? And then at that point I'd be like, okay, this person's an idiot. They don't have nothing to contribute to anything useful in this. You know what I mean?
So Mama Bear, let me go back to that. She says, in the beginning, law enforcement ignored what I believe were credible leads in, quote, whodunit, because they were convinced Sebastian walked off, using typical statistics regarding autistic kids running off. I totally agree. Now, I want to say, for the record, I think that that's a huge problem with the law enforcement here in Tennessee. I'm sure it is in other places or other jurisdictions, what have you, but a lot of times they think that the kid has ran off. We're looking at a runaway, and they lose time. They lose precious time, man. That's my opinion.
Well, also on the flip side of that, I think we have seen cases where I bet if you Google it right now, there's been plenty of, parents that have killed their kids because they just can't deal with them no more that's had autism and said they ran off. You know what I mean? So I think that, they try their best to treat it as they run off, and they also get in there as fast as they can also to say, okay, we've seen for the past few years, people killing their kids with autism. We need to find out what's going on. Let's interview, we know he was at this house when he disappeared. Let's interview the mom. Let's see if we catch anything out of the norm. While everybody's searching, we need some people that are good at picking up on things to interview the mom. We need some people that are good at interviewing people to interview the stepdad. We need some people that are, good at interviewing people to interview Seth. Just like that. What if Katie showed some real questionable behavior in an interview that morning, and then they go and, some people that are good at questioning people go to interview Seth, and Seth says, yeah, she's been off her rocker for the last 2 weeks. Whoa. Okay, there you go. You know what I mean? What if Seth was to say she's been talking out of her mind about religious scriptures and this and that. Those are things that you can do while people are physically looking for Sebastian. And I think law enforcement did that in this case. It's just people didn't really see that, you know what I mean? Because that's behind the scenes stuff.
Oh, you're so spot on, Don. You really are, especially when we look at Monkey's case again. I mean, it's just so glaring that they had information and they were just waiting. And Chris and Katie is like a waiting game, and I mean that's what people do when their guilt takes over, even if they don't want it to, because people think that sometimes people don't have a conscience, but that's how it manifests itself and shows itself through too. So
Hey guys, sorry, I don't want to talk over anybody, but just wanted to say hey.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jules.
No, you're good. You guys were just having a really good conversation. I didn't want to just randomly just cut in for a second there. So I was listening to you and Jen go back and forth.
No, and I think it's just it does validate it when we know that they have information that they're not sharing with us. So that does make me feel better all around.
Well, also, I want to talk about something aside from the law enforcement standpoint. So, if you noticed recently, a certain person went up on a panel, a certain parental figure went up on a panel, and there was a lot of joking and stuff going on, and people were still laughing and joking about that weeks later. Seth does a live stream the other night, and people just started attacking him for the most ridiculous stuff, and it really made me mad. So, Don, when you mentioned you want to hear from Seth more, I don't blame him for not coming out and speaking more, because look what happened after his live stream. That was disgusting, the things people were saying about him. He talked about how when he first pulled up to Chris and Katie's house after Sebastian missing, he sat in his truck and was looking around and assessing the scene. That's what he was trained to do, that stuff. I mean, I don't care what people can spin it one way or the other. He worked in a law enforcement capacity, even if he did work in a prison. We're trained to do that. When you roll up to a scene, you assess the scene, you see who's going in and out of the house. Seth was right. They should have shut that scene down from the get-go, and that was a failure on Sumner County's part. I'm sorry. They should have shut down that scene, regardless of whether Sebastian was a quote-unquote runaway or not. You secure the scene because you're bringing a dog and you're bringing in police department. So just my 2 cents there.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I mean, and not only that, dude, Seth he's got a wit. He's got a wit about him. He knows when things are off. He's very intuitive. He can sense it. He knows. He just knows. And it
I
is hard.
agree, Jen. That's what I took
Very
away
hard.
from meeting Seth. Really, it was. It was what I took away from meeting Seth was that he is, and that's why I can joke around with him like that and know that he's not mad at me or, we're just joking around with each other because he is witty and he does
He's
pick
very
up on
intelligent.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very intelligent. He's not. And when
Yeah.
he noticed those shoes were still there, and that everything that they were saying to him, Seth is going to. Me and my kids, we call it the ick. We get the ick, and what that
Mhm.
means is that if you're not jiving with the way I'm feeling while we're talking, and you got you're on some shady shit, we're sensing it, we're feeling it, we don't like it, you know.
Yeah.
So here's the thing I want to say is, I can understand Seth being upset because people are coming at him sideways, but the people that are coming at him sideways, every single one of them is a criminal. It's not like Nancy
Right.
Grace. It's not like Nancy Grace is coming at him sideways.
Right.
I mean, that's what Seth has to stop. And these are just idiots, criminals trying to, I mean, you can't fix stupid, and you can't. I mean, if people just want to be a criminal all their life and be idiots and stupid, you can't fix that.
Right. And I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel in general has had, I think every single one of us has had people from quote unquote that side come at us sideways for stuff. And it's easy for me to be like, oh, just ignore it. But I mean, when they come in waves like that, and for Seth especially because the son's missing, I can't even imagine. But you're right, Don. We need to just tune out the noise. And I've been getting better at doing that. It's just for a while there, it was just like, what the heck? And like I said, Seth's live the other night was supposed to be about what he misses most about Sebastian, and like it just broke my heart to see people just brutally, relentlessly coming at him for stuff that it just breaks my heart. I wish people would have a heart. I mean, like Jen pointed out that Seth knows when things are off because he's just got that intuitive gift. And I mean, so do I. I have an intuitive gift too. I know when things are off, and people can think I'm weird all day long. I don't care if you think I'm weird. It's just if my gut's telling me something, my intuition's telling me something, I'm gonna go with it, So, but you're right, Don. We do need to get better at tuning out the noise. It gets hard when it's so much, and like some of the things they were saying were just like were horrible. So
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I guess the best way I could put it is if 1,000 people are coming at Seth sideways on social media, if there's 1,000 of them, I guarantee you 999 of them are criminals that don't, that you just can't, they're just not legitimate.
Yeah, and with that comes
just-
like the con artist stuff and the
there's
all of that comes with that. I agree.
I mean, it's not like any of these people that are coming sideways at Seth carry any weight like Nancy Grace or someone reputable that, doesn't have a criminal record.
oh, I fear for anybody who Nancy Grace would come at sideways for. Just saying, because she's scary. She's cool and awesome, but dang, that woman scares me with how like intense she gets sometimes. Like you watch her in interviews, the way she'll cut people off and just like she's a prosecutor. I get it, but still, like, geez, like loan me some of your energy, woman, please.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people
I
come at
agree.
me sideways since I've been on YouTube. Every single person that has come at me sideways on YouTube is a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Well, and not only
It
that,
got
like
bottom.
all the experts agreed with Seth and said that he seems like he's, telling the truth and that holds more weight. So yeah, you're so right. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I always ask myself, does their opinion matter to me? If no, then I have better things to do with my time. Exactly. It's so easy to just turn it off. I really try not to get myself in a dramatic state with these crazy women on YouTube. Seriously. And it's really mostly the women.
Yeah.
And some of the, I mean, YouTube is so different than TikTok. I came over from TikTok. I've had my channel here on YouTube for 14, 15 years. but it's a big old challenge over here on YouTube, man. It's completely different. People are just, they're like Don B said, criminals. We got a lot of criminals over here. We really do.
I mean,
Oh, on the YouTube
unfortunately,
side of things,
YouTube.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you can't
unfortunately,
do
YouTube will let anybody have a channel. I can guarantee. I mean, they would. I bet you there's people that have channels that are probably in institutions.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh definitely. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
You
God.
can't be stupid, but sometimes you got to remind them how stupid they are. I'm saying, Rosebud. I mean, and I'm the one. I'm the one that will remind. It's just sometimes we gotta get at the grown folk table, and we
I like how
gotta
Dawn
have
said that with a
Take a
straight
seat.
face too.
I can't wait till they start letting people in population in like the county jail and in state prisons start having YouTube channel. That's going to be some funny
No.
shit right there.
No.
Oh no. Oh my goodness. And they would watch it religiously. They really would.
Well, I think
Yeah.
some prison wasn't it like B Tim or somebody showed a video of like a guy in prison showing his cell and like all the spices he had and stuff like that. I was and like walking through his cell doing a tour. I was like, what? Like I didn't know you were allowed to have phones in prisons like that. But I guess it was like a California prison, so maybe that's why. But yeah.
Right.
It's like
Yeah,
Cribs
yes,
prison
you get-
edition.
yes, you get vape devices. Hold on, what'd you say, Jeff? You get vape
You get vape,
devices?
You can order vape and everything.
Wow.
What?
They're
You can-
yeah, they're in ramen noodle land.
Ramen noodles, exactly, Jen. That's what I think of too. That's too funny. Oh my gosh, it's probably because I watched one of them make a prison burrito or something out of ramen noodles, and I'm like, how does that even translate? But it, whatever.
I'm saying, Rosebud. I
Oh.
mean, sometimes you just got a tongue lash. You just gotta hit them where it hurts. So that's why I like Center's channel. Okay, I'm sorry, but I do.
I
do
like
to
Cinder
hear
too.
Center. I do like to hear
I don't.
Center
Yeah, I don't have a
take it
problem
down
with
through there for a second. I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh. I gotta be able to laugh at some of these people.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got the mellow music. Well, and he doesn't pretend like he's someone he's not. He's like, look, I'm totally a drama channel. I just do this, and yeah, it's like kind of a, change of pace. So
Yeah, it is a good change of
Yeah.
pace. It's
Yeah, I was in there on Veterans Day.
Y'all, it's been heavy over here. I mean, Smiley went off. Smiley went the straight off. She went off, and I don't
good
blame
for her.
I don't blame her.
I missed
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I could get on here. I could get off here and do probably. I could probably do an endless video, just cutting into Chris and Katie and just being throwing profanities and just
For sure.
But that's just. I mean, I can imagine. If people did watch that, they'd be like, okay, well, I thought he was legitimate. He's not no more.
Right.
And it's just not productive. And
Well, here's the thing for me. Sometimes I
True.
might be cooking, right? I might be around my granddaughter. And if I've got you on live around my granddaughter, I'm not trying to hear a lot of cussing because I've got my
Yeah.
granddaughter, and so I might want to listen to you with my granddaughter around, and maybe we want to have intelligent conversations about missing people. Maybe, that's if I'm going to listen to a channel, I'm thinking about that too. And I try to be what I want to see in the world. And I think that we're lacking that in a big way with humanity in general. And we can see that because you got thousands of people that will go into a chat just to hear the silliness, just to hear the drama. And they want to pay for it. Okay, so I might want to pay Center every now and then. I might.
Mhm.
Just to get some entertainment because these people have deserved. I haven't been on the YouTube streets like this. I mean, I really came into with Quentin Simon, or maybe before Quentin Simon is when I really started doing my astrology with the kids here on this platform. It's before Quentin Simon, but anyway.
Yeah, I miss Smiley
it's
going
so
off.
different. like it's so different. It's crazy to see all these adults. You think that we're at the big girl table, but you ain't. You're really at the playground.
I mean, even some of the drama
really
channels,
playground.
they can do drama, but just do it kind of classy and funny, and I mean, just
Yeah.
don't be
Oh yeah.
downright, don't, say stuff that, I mean, it's just, yeah, I would never get on here and say some of the stuff. I mean, if I decided to be a drama channel, I couldn't get on here and be a drama channel like some of these do it. You know what I mean? If I'd done a drama channel,
Right.
it would have to be based around humor, and there wouldn't be no
Mhm.
cussing. There, it would be. I guess it would be kind of like a professional drama channel.
Well, I mean, because it does suck because it's out there, like it's a part of it, which, you do have to, I mean, because I will make a funny video every now and then. I used to just only do videos, but then when you go live
Mhm.
and you start talking with people, you do want it to be an intelligent conversation, Jen. You do want it to be where, people are getting something out of it instead of it just being, back and forth with whoever creator is doing whatever to bother us for the day, because there's plenty of it out there. So
Yeah, but, like Don's right. There's ways to go about things, but then when people start going real life, like going after people, calling people's jobs to do stuff, and it's just like, where did we jump off like the deep end? Like, why did we swan dive off this cliff? Like, make it make sense, So,
One guy.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I
Well,
mean,
that's
I could go with Chris and Katie over stuff that they say and stuff that they do, but at the end of the day, I'm not the one missing the kid, so I can't go at Katie the way that some of these people do. They go at Seth. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, Seth, Chris, and Katie, they may say some stuff that you question, that you're like, hey, I'd like to talk about what Seth said. I'd like to talk about what Katie said. I'd like to talk about what Chris said, but do it intelligently and respectfully. You know what I mean? Don't,
Yeah,
don't be,
and I'll
Bring
stick
the
up for
facts.
whoever's right or whoever,
Bring the
I mean,
facts.
yeah,
Bring the facts or sit down. We
true.
need facts. We don't need a bunch of dumbass rumors that people
just
are
like,
going with and listening to and following and without even fact checking. It's a bunch
just
of
like
all
Seth
stupid.
said that the police lied to him. He called him in a lie. I mean, yeah, I could get on here and say, well, Seth is just, he's just a stupid idiot, and just go on and just be mean and rude, right? Or I could get on here and say, you know what, I would love to hear more about the lies that police told Seth. I would love to hear more about that, and just like that, and be respectful in a constructive way. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
can't.
think that
I'm
would
not.
be good.
Just
Yeah,
because
it
Seth
brings
said he
positive.
caught the police in some lies, I'm not going to get on here and say, well, Seth's psycho, and what police officer would lie to him, and this and that. The constructive, professional way to do it would be like, I would love to hear, Seth said something about he caught the police in some lies. I'd love to hear more about that. That'd be the way to go about that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what are they lying about? And it could be that they are trying to protect the investigation. And I wouldn't put it past police to lie to parents of the missing to protect the integrity. Rosebud says, I don't go after anyone. I just have a lot of questions. Yeah. I think questions, that's a beautiful thing. Ask questions. Questions is a good thing, Look at you.
Yeah,
Hey, Jules.
they are. I know. Hey, Jules. There are, a lot of questions that could be answered that would be helpful. Um, and especially if a parent feels that way, I think it's a legitimate concern. I also know that, there's things that that you find out even in an investigation where I'm not even, a law enforcement officer, but like if I talk to people, I don't always want to tell the parent that right off the bat because, I want them worrying about other things, not, something that somebody told me. So until I could check it out. So I don't know if it's something like that where, there was a point in time where they told them they didn't know something, but they did, or I don't know. I'm just speculating there.
Shauna says, so about them bears.
So I had a thought. So yeah, right. I thought she was talking about, I don't know if she meant the team or Don's Bears on his picture that he has right there. But so do you guys think
That's a
law
Chicago
enforcement
saying.
would be more forthcoming? Do you think law enforcement would be more forthcoming with information in Sebastian's case if social media weren't the way it was around it right now? Or do you think they're legitimately protecting something in the investigation? Just a question I thought.
Good question.
I think they would be more forthcoming because, they would be more forthcoming in probably generalized press releases, interviews with the news. But because we've seen such a circus with social media the last few years, just like I was told by some deputies with the Sevier County Sheriff's Office, they just a lot of these law enforcement agencies they just shut down.
Well, and a lot of times I think the information that they have is important and they don't want people to know about it until the time is right. I have grappled back and forth with, the abuse that Sebastian was enduring there. I mean, at this point, are they, would they be willing to charge them with that? Because I mean, I think there was a lot, and as we were talking about the CPS reports, or there were, um, you know, reports from counseling and everything like that. Would the police even consider that and do something about that? I guess, and I know a lot of the viewers want to know that as well.
Yeah, I don't know if.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing too. I mean, we got to kind of stop and go, okay, how much evidence is really there in a CPS case? Because you got to stop and think, okay, Chris and Katie, well, Chris especially, he comes from a family that's got a lot of money. If Chris was arrested tomorrow for abuse for Sebastian, he'd probably beat it because he could throw $100,000 at a good defense attorney. And then we're right back at square one.
You're talking about Chris, you said? Or, because it was, okay. It took a second for me my brain to catch up with what you just said. But okay, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, let's say Chris Proudfoot was arrested tomorrow for child abuse in regards to Sebastian Rogers. I think he could easily come up with the resources to get $100,000 to retain a good defense attorney, beat it, and then we're back at square one.
Yeah, I mean that's legitimate
Yeah.
there. I think I do. I think that's because I've thought about that too, and I've thought about, well, maybe they're looking to wrap it into something, as we go along, and find out more. If Sebastian is found, then they'll have all the evidence they need, in my opinion. So I was just wondering, maybe they're waiting because they do have. I mean, they have to have enough from Sebastian's statements alone. So. Yeah, thanks, Don.
And Chris probably doesn't have a criminal record, so more than likely, if they did charge him with child abuse or anything like that, I mean, you can kill somebody and not have a criminal record and do 20 years in jail. I mean, that's nothing for killing someone.
Very true.
Chris would probably get 5 years probation for child abuse. That's it.
Yeah.
This is
20 years is way too short, and it doesn't bring back the person, so.
This is what I'm hoping for Coffee, Crime, and Cats is that law enforcement is just waiting for that one puzzle piece. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. I really am. I mean, I do, the kind of work that I do, I'm seeing them work at the same time that I'm seeing things going on with Sebastian. So I can only hope. And without
Yeah,
hope, people will perish. We have to keep hope alive that they
Yeah,
are doing that, but as a parent of a missing kid, I would be angry without knowing right now. I want to know right now. I want to know everything that you know. This is my kid. Tell me everything that you know that has taken place with my kid. Let me help you figure this out because it's my kid. So I would say that there's probably a lot of grieving stages that parents go through. And it would be nice if they had resources that were given to them to help them figure out and work with the law enforcement. There should be some type of communication. Without communication, you just don't have a good relationship. So if we are seeing evidence that Seth Rogers doesn't have a good relationship with the law enforcement, that needs to change.
Yeah.
Because a good relationship relies on good communication. Point blank, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I-
I've told Jessica that too. I'd really like to see you and whichever Detective Castle is a female, and she's also seems like she does care genuinely. For when I talked to her, and so I said, I would really like to see an open line of communication. And exactly, Jen.
Yeah. Is there a support group? No, there's no support group. There's no handbook. There's nothing. There's nothing.
It's the
And we have
Wild
been-
West.
Yeah, it's the Wild West. Exactly. And then they wonder why. I mean, they wonder why. Look, we need to be changing. We need to be the change we want to see in the world. There's a lot of things that we can be talking about that's productive when it comes to missing kids. If you're really in the true crime, children, genre, I mean, I look for kids. I look for adults. I mean, I'm all about the crime.
Yeah, Jen's helped me. Jen's helped me specifically with 2 cases right now. So 2 cases outside of the Sebastian case. So
Yeah, and Jules don't make it complicated. She don't make it complicated. She's just, hey Jen, where do you think we should search? Okay, she's not trying to figure out why I'm searching there. She's not trying to figure all of that out. She's just trusting me that
no, I trust your intuition. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
And
And
it was because of you that I asked about that one road, and literally it's your map that led us to that spot for Cherry. So that's why I said Bailey's gonna be reaching out to you, the one searcher. But I trust Jen. Jen knows what she's talking about. Like I know a lot of people might not understand the work she does, and I'm learning from her about it, but she does great work. So, I mean, I don't need to see like, oh, let me see your certificate of like the university you went to and how many birds did you study to get this? Like, no, that's not a thing you do with the birds. I was just making that up. But you know what I mean? I don't need, like, I can tell you're passionate about what you do, and it helps. It really does. So, yeah. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah,
he's-
and I mean that's what it
But
comes
yeah,
down
Jen,
to.
you do great work. And
Yeah, it's just where where do I need to search? Jen tells you, and then you go and search it. That's a perfect relationship right there, and it's not complicated. It's really easy. But then the trust factor comes out too, where there's
Yeah.
there's a lot of messed up things that have been happening as well. So that's another part that's hard in these cases, because I know there was a lot of it in Summer's case, from what I understand. I've seen it firsthand in Sebastian's case and also in Devlin's case. It's just a lot of people inserting themselves or saying they're going to help, but they don't. It's very strange.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
unfortunately, I think in the future, all these people that get close to people like Seth, Chris, and Katie that are very unprofessional, that they're just going to hurt it for everybody else that want to, be there to support the investigation, to support, people, you know, like Seth, Chris, and Katie, and it's just going to hurt YouTube. I mean, like if I'll tell you this honestly, if my child went missing, if I woke up and my child was missing in the morning, no way in hell would I get on YouTube right now. There's no way in hell. There's not. I would just because it's just stupid. I mean, I would talk to the news, but when it comes, because everything is just being, you know, so childlike on YouTube and in true crime, I would just talk to the news people and not, I wouldn't. I would just, and that it shouldn't be that way.
No, there should be some some solid channels that are willing to cover these cases, and hopefully we can change some of that. But I get what you're saying, Don, and I would just be begging my ex just to please tell me where our son was, where our daughter was, whatever. I just would be begging and pleading, and I so I
Seth has
can't.
tried.
And he had, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't know if people would even let me get up in that kind of state of mind, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because, and then I know that that's tough because you also have to be the advocate and the voice. It's not a good situation to be in. And it really does go back to what Jen was saying about damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yeah.
There's so many bad people on YouTube and so many people that, in true crime. Okay. In true crime. Now I've asked several agencies, what do you think about true crime and YouTube? And they think it's an absolute joke, and it shouldn't be that way. I mean, I don't know, Jules, where you live. Go just find the nearest deputy. If you're pumping gas or whatever, say, hey man, just want to ask you a quick question. What do you think about YouTube and true crime? They're going to look at you like, I have not I've not had one agency to go, yeah, I think it's a good resource. I've not had one agency tell me that. And that's bad.
Well, Don, they did giggle at me in court when I went with, the WB radio, and it was funny because, like I even felt silly too. So I kind of chuckled, and he's like, cause the judge was like, are you an influencer? And I said, no, I do true crime. And, the bailiffs were kind of doing a chuckle thing, and I laugh with them because, it is like for them, we're just speculating and God only, what do we know? But I mean, I do think we could be used as a better resource if we had more intelligent conversations for them to listen to, I guess. Because I think that people will tell us more than they'll tell the media, than they would tell the police. So if we could use that to our advantage, sometimes that can really be a positive impact, and that we could give to law enforcement and say, see, this is where they said this or did this. But yeah, if they think we're a joke, which I agree with you, that makes it difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably, look, if Nick Barris is in court, look at the difference they act towards him versus a YouTuber. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I would just, Don, I love that you say things like a straight face too, with just like a little hint of sass. It makes me smile, makes me laugh. But you're 100% right about, you mentioned Nick Barris, and I just couldn't help but laugh because if you think back to when Sebastian's case first started, he was the one that put up that lights video and whatnot. And then, like, I don't know, I've seen him do a complete, like, weird 180, 270, whatever you want to, I don't know. It's just weird the way Nick Barris, who was very much like, it seemed like in the beginning, he was really trying to get to the bottom of things, but then I don't know what the heck happened with him. I don't know if it was just like, he got wrapped up in the social media part of things, or if he legitimately was just like, nothing new is going on, so I'm just going to like ignore it, or like, I don't know, but I was kind of disappointed because I thought for a while he was doing good research. Then he just kind of just like, I don't know what happened to him. I mean, I'm not from Tennessee, so I don't know what his normal reporting is like. It's just something I noticed. That's all. He just got like kind of weird.
Yeah, I think he got caught up in the social media stuff, and that this goes to show you the reach that it has. I mean, it even made him unprofessional in a way, and weird. And then I think he caught it. The station was probably like, "Hey, man, you can't, you can't get brought into that." You know what I mean? And So, but I've got someone telling me that they're hungry, so I'm gonna go cook.
Oh,
Aw,
bye,
thanks for
Don.
coming up, Don.
Nice to see you.
Okay, you too.
Yeah, good to
So,
see you, Don.
yeah,
Have
if
a good
anybody
night.
wants to, if anybody wants to reach out to me, you can email me at donbtruecrime@gmail.com, and we will have intelligent conversation.
Yeah, let's drop.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And same goes probably with everybody else here on this panel. So, you know.
Yeah, anybody that's on the panel tonight, y'all drop their link in my chat, please. And if y'all don't
Yeah,
mind,
same
if you
for me.
streamed, I think you have Lady Freedom. Just drop everybody's link. Your mods drop
Yeah,
everybody's.
I just
That way
did
we can all make sure
Sebastian's.
everybody's stepped up. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to do the flyers, and when Jeff said the walking billboard, I was like, yes, and then I ran and grabbed the other link. So
Yeah, we appreciate Don
I
B.
saw that. I just saw that.
he's awesome.
Yeah, we
Um,
appreciate him. He's got
yeah.
we had one on Summer. I mean, that was some good stuff to know because look, I'm telling y'all, the day
Mhm.
before, Sharfie Jr., why is he in transit every time she is? And I was wondering, are they going to get some information from him because he's in jail? Are they going to, try to get some information from him? I don't know. I mean, it makes me want to call the TBI and just go, look, okay, if that's the case, let's just work together. All right. If y'all are looking at him, let me show you. If you're looking at this person, let me show you because I've got some good hot spots for Summer. It's just, God, if we could just all work together, no matter what we're bringing to the table. I'm not over here doing some hoodoo voodoo shit. Damn, I ain't swan diving.
Sorry, I was on mute. Some hoodoo voodoo.
Sorry, just the way Jen said that was funny. Just voodoo voodoo shit. But no, I mean, I know the Pennsylvania State Police took your map seriously, Jen, which is again why Bailey wants to call you because we were talking to the one corporal about it, and he's taking it very seriously actually because he was asking, he's like, "Oh, what does a forensic astrologer do?" And like I was telling him a bit about it, and he was actually fascinated by it because it's not that there's anything against there was 2 psychic sisters who helped out with that case and nothing against them, but I think there was a bunch of people coming to that case in particular that he was kind of like, I don't know about, but when I mentioned forensic astrology and I was talking about your maps and whatnot, he was very interested by it. So I think that you have a skill that could definitely be beneficial. And again, I'm not talking down to anybody with gifts or psychic or whatnot. It's just that the way he perceived it was a bit different. You know what I mean? So I think he was very appreciative of it.
Yeah, it's different. It's not, it's just so different. I can't, when I came up, y'all, let me just tell y'all, let me express myself for just a second. So one of the first cases that I mapped was Jennifer Lynn Fay out of Brockton, Massachusetts. Her case is very dear to me. Okay. Jennifer Lynn Fay. I've got her on my intro, her and her mama and her sister. So, and her sister is very dear to my heart. Well, one dude that I talked to years ago, this is Mercury retrograde in action, y'all. All right. Dude, he messaged me. We messaged like years ago. He's an astrologer, and me and him know each other through the Facebook group Death Astrology. I'm a member of Death Astrology, the girl that created that. She and I will talk from time to time. Me and some of her moderators will talk from time to time about cases. All right. And this one dude that I talked to years ago, he messages me yesterday about Jennifer Lynn Fay's case. And I got so excited. Because when I go back and I revisit them, you're looking at it with fresh eyes. And I think that with any case, the way that I investigate, if I take the way that I investigate, right, and I think about the TBI, the FBI, the investigators that are on these cases, Well, when you take a break and you come back and you look at it with fresh eyes, things can present themselves to you that you haven't seen before. And sometimes new eyes from another agency or a new astrologer or a new, content creator or a new dog handler. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it just takes us all with the different things that we're bringing to the table, especially when we put new eyes on it. And I felt like sometimes I feel like when I go back and I look at a map with fresh eyes, there's things that will come to me. And damn if it ain't in transit. I mean, can't make it up. It's just some spooky action at a distance.
Oh yeah,
right.
you kept talking about Mercury retrograde earlier, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Yep, Mercury's definitely in retrograde right now." Me being a Virgo, I feel it 100%, especially this week, because isn't it like, it's in Scorpio, or am I wrong about that? I'm trying to remember what it is, but my significant other's a Scorpio too, so I'm like, oh boy, this has been a fun few weeks for us right now. So yeah.
Mercury, yeah, it's Mercury is in Sag. So Mercury is in Sag.
Oh, Sag, okay, Sag.
Well, it's in retrograde in Sagittarius, and it's going down in degrees. So everything that Mercury has been doing, right? Everything that everything that Mercury's been doing. Everything that Mercury's about communications. So everything that we have been talking about for the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, we're just revisiting. We're going back over everything.
Yeah.
And we're going into we're in Sag right now. And the retrograde stationed in Sag. Mercury is going to come, and it's going to come into a critical degree. And this is huge for astrology, because a critical degree in a retrograde, we're actually reliving, re-talking, rethinking everything about things that are critical with investigations, because Mercury is going to come back into Scorpio. And Scorpio is about death, rebirth, regeneration of other people's money, hidden taxes, things that are hidden. It's about the stock market. It's about investigations, things that we have to go.
It's a tower, isn't it?
World. Yeah, we got to go deep into the underworld. We've got to go deep into the unknown. Medically, this would have to do with the gonads, the reproductive system, things that we are talking about that are critical with hidden sex, things that are hidden with investigations that have to do with sex. So, we're going to see Epstein files, things that are having to do with other people's money and sex.
Yep. For another 11 days. Isn't retrograde over on the 29th? That's when Mercury retrograde ends. I think it's the 29th it ends.
It could even be as we are going back into this past with the thinking and the communications about all of this. The dark moon is right there. So the dark moon, we're talking about a conjunction. And the moon is there we're having a new moon. Where the moon is going to,
we are.
Right? There is and the moon and the dark moon are in conjunction too. So there's a lot of darkness. There is a lot of heaviness. And there's a lot of things that are coming to the TBI, to Eric Craddock. This is a intense time period that I've been talking about, and I'm going through it now, and I love it, because now I can see it. I can see how it's expressing itself, and that's how we learn. That's how we learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing what you do, Jen. And it's just important for us to remember everything. And I think it is really important to get things mapped out, and especially when there's so much information, right? And there always is going to be so much information. In any of these cases, it can be overwhelming. But to have it all mapped out like that, that is so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Diane.
agree
Fresh
because
eyes and
there's
go
things.
nuts. Go nuts and fresh eyes.
Yeah,
We need
I saw that.
everybody needs to grow some balls.
That
We just
comment.
we need to have a come to Jesus meeting. Man up, stick your chest out, and let's do it. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and people need to start
Yeah,
coming
like I said-
forward with what they know, because people have to know more, than they're letting on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, in so many cases too, like Sebastian's case and Devlin's case and Zachary's and Cherry's case. So many people know stuff that I know they're just not talking, but maybe that'll start changing. I hope. God, I hope so.
Yeah, because I think with time, I think people it does eat away at somebody if they're holding something. I mean, it's just a matter of time if they're really holding it and it's bothering them, especially if you have a key information in the case. Because I don't see how anybody that actually the person that saw, we'll just say this as an example, the person that supposedly saw Kathy's car that would just eat away at me. I'd be screaming it from the rooftops, but that's me. But I mean, there's other people out there that have to have more information,
I think that
Oh yeah, and you're right.
the Worsham sighting on per the map for me tells a good story. It does, and I think that there
Mhm.
is, even though we were told, okay, even though we were told that they didn't get anything, we really don't know. We really don't know.
Yep,
They don't have to tell
exactly.
us. We really don't know. The evidence, I think that they have evidence. From my investigation,
I-
take it or leave it, right? From my investigation, it looks like that they have evidence. And there
I
are
agree.
certain things that the DA has to have. And if you can't get all of that, we can't make an arrest. That's the way that I'm feeling, thinking and sensing mentally, challenging myself with the astrology of it all. It just seems like every day, like y'all, I seriously think that I could go back on my live where I'm talking about Summer, I'm talking about the TBI, I'm talking about if they're talking to
Mhm.
Sherfy Jr. And I think that I'm going to find that when the TBI is searching for Summer on the 13th of November, that great information that Dawn came to us with, I think that that is pertinent to this story. God, I wish that the TBI would talk to me. I do. That's my goal. Is just to
I wish
get,
they would too,
Yeah, and it's
Jen.
a shame.
You were talking about this.
I was
2 weeks
talking
ago
about it
on your
weeks
live.
ago. Yeah. I mean, I know I was. I'm just going to have to go back and look at it. I'm going to have to go
Yeah,
back
I
and
remember you
Yeah,
talking about
I
Summer because I don't know which live it was exactly, but I remember going and watching it because it was about Summer.
and it's not about me being right. Okay. Let me just clarify. It's not about that. It's just that I think that I could be an asset with missing people's
Mhm.
cases, even finding fugitives. I think we could work
I
together,
agree.
be a great team. I could be an asset is all I'm saying. I'm not a psychic. I'm not a medium. I'm just an astrologer that is,
You're the
Mhm.
hybrid astrologer.
Jeff said, you're the hybrid astrologer.
Right. And I think a big thing is like a lot of law enforcement, and I can speak to this, being my role in law enforcement. I think a lot of them are way too narrow-minded and they're way too by the book and whatnot. And that's great for following rules and regulations, but you have to be more open-minded to different things because there have been like those two YouTubers were the ones that found that escaped convict who wound up unaliving himself in the woods. And there's been like Chris McDonough, I know
Mhm.
he works with he's mentioned he works with astrologists and psychics. So I hi Jeff. Jeff keeps saying Jules. Hi Jeff. So I would be, that's why I have no problem reaching out to Jen and being like, hey Jen, we have this missing person in Pennsylvania. Do you mind if you have the time helping? And you did Zachary's maps like that exact day, and you started Cherry's the exact day I asked you to. So, I mean, I think too many law enforcement people are like, oh, I saw on TV they were using this as psychic, and there's this weird narrative of like, oh, okay, whatever. But it's not the same thing. Like, I don't think people understand that like people are just intuitive and they know their research. I trust you and your maps. I always will. Because I know that you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to this, and I appreciate it. And if no one's told you this today, I wholeheartedly appreciate it. Then I appreciate Trish getting her word out there about like with Devlin's case and whatnot. She's the only one beside you and Trish are the only two talking about Devlin's case right now. So I appreciate the work that you both bring to the table, in your different fields.
Aw, thank you. Thanks, Jules. And then also, Jen is working with me on Devlin's too, because I was asking her, and I know that Jessica wants to reach out.
Mhm.
So, it's just like the all the good resources should be in one spot. That way, the parents and the families don't have to worry about, going through like what Seth has gone through. Just as an example, I hate to make him an example, but it's not right or fair. It's hard to know who to trust. It's hard to know where to go or what to do or where to even start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Where do
Yeah,
you
and
start?
I appreciate you guys. Like, I mean, we can try if when people say, I just don't know where to look, I just don't have any direction.
Mhm.
Okay, so I can give you some direction. Can I tell you exactly where that person is going to be located? I'm going to try. We may have 50 hot spots. If you search 50 places, how long is that going to take to search 50 places in a missing kid's case?
Yeah, and
Do you,
there's a lot
do you
of
understand?
water around Shackle Island. There's a lot of water up by Devlin. There's a lot of water. Oh, hey, Shauna's here.
Yeah, Shauna. My Shauna. This is my lovely Shauna Mod, who is also an astrologer and intuitive, very intuitive healer. She's a beautiful person.
Aw.
So, yeah, she's beautiful. Y'all welcome, Shauna.
Hey guys, sorry I just kind of rolled, put some glasses on. Doesn't matter.
You have really
Hello
pretty eyes,
everyone.
Shauna. You got like really pretty
You're
eyes.
gorgeous, Shauna.
Thank just really quick, just speaking on Jen and helping with cases. She there's a case in Indiana. I'm from Indiana. You guys can research it. I'm just gonna say it. So Blake, is that okay with you, Jen?
Yeah, I don't care, but you're stalled.
I'm stalling. Let's use earbuds. Hold on.
Well, just put your avatar on. Just put your avatar on. Take yourself off the screen and just put there you go. Yeah, just talk like that. It'll be easier on you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So Blake and China Dickus, Franklin, Indiana. It's a case that is just close to my heart that I have worked on myself using the forensic astrology that I have learned through another mentor and
You
along
can
with
You can say her name.
The wonderful Val Evans. She's amazing. She's phenomenal. Jen is she knows who Val is. And along with my abilities that I have honed and worked on for a few years now. And so with China and Blake, I had spoke to Jen briefly about it, and somehow I feel like I'm echoing. Am I echoing?
No, you're not.
Okay. Anyways, it was brought back up within a day, this woman blew my mind. She had maps, she had names, she had the whole thing. I didn't give her, I gave her honestly, I gave her the basics, the basic details. She did the research in a day, And what she found using the charts is in alignment with what I have personally done. I'm not going to use the word because I have to kind of protect the work I've done as well. And she's phenomenal. So anyone that needs help with a missing cat, to finding a loved one, she will help you. So if there's anyone that's replaying, watching this, anyone that is watching it currently, she will help you in ways that it's words are hard to describe. She's making history. The way the layers she adds. We all know about degrees. If you're familiar with astrology, we know about degrees. Her level of degree is bigger than the degree theory. In fact, she's given me, and I'm not promoting this because I don't know if this is what she's going to do. I hope she does one day. Teaching. She says, start with the numbers. It's all about the numbers. And when you pull up a chart, you look at the numbers, obviously, and you're going to see a bunch of lines. You know, her charts are, I'm a Virgo. Speaking of the Virgos, I'm a Virgo sun and a Virgo Merc. Okay.
Virgo
Retrograde.
here too. Yep.
So I'm intro. Okay.
Yeah,
So
she's like
don't.
Jules. You and
Yeah.
Jules, you and Jules have that in common. Yes.
Mhm.
And I am a Pisces rising in many other placements. So Jen and I align. So anyways, we all align. Tribes find each other, right? What I'm saying is, I get emotional when I talk about her. It's so cheesy,
Stop.
but
It was about the Blake with Blake
yes.
and so Blake and China. Explain like who they are.
God, yeah, now I'm going to get
I
emotional.
think that
So to protect the kind of the integrity with the work I'm doing that's close, I will say that it is a big case that should have more eyes on it than it has. Now, it's from 2006, before kind of the YouTube world. You will see some, like, what was it, 60 Minutes? What's the one with the big interview, Jen? You're going to remember it before I do. 2020, something that they did. Our Town, and I say Our Town, so I just gave some info. It is a wound that is open. So Blake and China their lives were taken inside China and Blake's father. So China is Blake's stepmother. They were taken inside the home midday, during the week, daylight, in the summertime, and it has not gone cold. It's not gone cold, but there's no leads. There is some DNA they found. There were some break-ins that were happening, but it's bigger than that. It's much, much bigger than that. And I have put it down, picked it up, put it down, picked it up. Using astrology, using metaphysical, It's really, I've had to put it down. It hits very close to home, I will say that. And finding her channel, really, I guess I can't even tell you how many months. I mean, it hasn't been quite a year, I don't think. But I'm not I love YouTube. It's my socials, it's my TV, it's the whole thing. And I love astrology. And when I found her, I was blown away. And when I talk about Blake and China, it's intimate, it's personal, and I'm not going to share that information because I don't I honor this. And what she did in one day, I can't even put words. I was blown away. How did you find that? How did you know that? How did you do that? How quick did you do, like, what? And the alignment that she can find with other factors, other areas, other people's charts, the different countries' charts, and how it aligns with the degrees is phenomenal. There's always degrees, but when she says that 2236, that, look, it's going to this chart. She's showing you a comparison. So there's a storyline there. That's a clue. May not be the exact story, but it's a clue. Everything is a sign. Everything's symbolic. I also love numbers. If you see me in the chat and we talk about things, you're going to see me adding numbers. Numbers are everything since like antiquity. Okay. And she taught me that it's not easy to do, to put it, especially when you've been skilled in a different, not skilled, still learning. But it blows my mind, and I'm just grateful for you, Jen, and Blake and
Well, and it
China.
just shows that Val and I, okay, so Val and myself, we love astrology. We do astrology, and as
do it
odd as both
different
of our
than
chats,
others.
like, okay, you can see where we are different, but we're both bringing something great to the table,
See, freaking
right? And
love
so,
that you just said that.
yeah,
Yes, I 1,000,000% agree.
yeah, there
Um,
shouldn't be any competition. I don't compete.
Oh yeah, and she's so humble. She's so humble. She does, and I will say this because she would say this. She, you know, she works cases, but those are private, and she
Yeah,
doesn't do it for views. She does more of the. She's kind of, you'll see, but she it hits very close to her, and she's phenomenal, and she's part of my journey with she helped me realize I wasn't nuts. And she helped me along the way, along with some other mentors. And, there's work that goes into this aside from the astrology when it comes to the metaphysical abilities. And you did as well. When you did my chart, I'm like, do what? And I'll say it again. I said it before. Like, you've seen so much in my chart, and then you see more. Remember when I was like, how did you know that? How did
yeah,
you
I know.
see that? And you were like, I just knew it. And it was deep and it was detailed. And I was
That
like,
dude,
okay,
so
girl.
okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I want Lady Freedom and Jules to jump in. Um, when I was when I called the Tabitha Tudors, who's been missing here in Tennessee. Oh my gosh, her case is very dear to my heart. I have a lot of them. Okay, I have a lot of cases that I've worked on that are dear to my heart, and I have talked to, because I'm local here in Tennessee. I have talked to Tabitha Tudor's parents, and y'all, when I called her investigator in Metro PD, and I called and I talked to Curtis, and I was telling him about, the mapping that I've done. I was telling him I was giving him the whole spiel that I do when I call law enforcement to try, I don't call them anymore. I really don't. I probably should still do it, but I may. Last one I did was I called on the chief of police that was on Martha Lee Ann Green's case, and he was very receptive.
Yeah.
I mean, when I think about it, not only was he receptive, but we are still in communication. So I think that's a beautiful thing when you have law enforcement that is still talking to you on a case that's 20 years old, 30 years old. Oh, God,
I
how
have
long?
found.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
sorry.
anyway, what I was going to say to bring it all back into parents of the missing and their investigators, when you call upon them and you're talking to them about the case, they get the heebie-jeebies because you're telling them stuff that you shouldn't know about the case, and then they start getting, the ick with you because you know things that you shouldn't know. But like I told Curtis with Tabitha Tutors, dude, I wouldn't even know if you hadn't said that. I didn't know until until you basically confirmed that that's true. So basically, I'm calling you. I'm talking to you about the case. I'm telling you about what I do. You start getting the ick. You start getting the heebie-jeebies with me. Okay. How did you know that? I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know, but now I know because of the way that you're acting.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I believe that it's becoming a little bit more open. I also have reached out 2 different times. One was the tip line. Actually, both technically were tip lines, and then I got 1 call back. And you can pull it up, Baby Hope, and also Franklin, Indiana, which July was the case, and it was solved. Okay. And you have to provide a receipt, and a receipt can be something that you know that they know. And how the hell did you know? Just like what you said. And it's always worth it. Always. Now with this one, they've had every Tom, Dick, Harry, psychic, medium.
Girl, I mean, they
You know what
give
I'm
us
saying? Like
a name. There's
integrity
a
and
bunch of
ethics
frauds
are
out there.
everything.
I
Yes.
can't count on my
Right.
hands and toes how many
Right.
freaking frauds
Right.
that there are. There are
Right.
so many frauds, and y'all have to be careful. People have to be careful,
Oh
man.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And
I mean,
especially
I always say
when there's
test.
there's
Yeah,
crooked. If you've got crooked law
yeah.
enforcement, then you can worry about your own safety. But when it comes to anything, this is the world, right? But like what I do, what you do, there's ethics involved. And when it comes with the families, we get the permission before we give the information. And when it comes to the tip line, guess what? They got it there for a reason. Whether they want to speak to me or not, that's on them. And it's always worth it as long as everyone has an intuition. You got to follow that. Don't be fear based, because the more that it's done, eh, the more that it's gonna, and this isn't about making astrology or all of this mainstream. That would be a beautiful thing if and when it does eventually happen, because it's a tool that is um beyond
Yeah,
useful
Lady
in
Freedom,
solving.
the mental cases, girl.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't help it. I'm over here.
So I
17 is
recommend
older
always the
than
tip line, as
16,
long as
and
you feel safe.
Google it.
Like what?
Sorry.
Yeah, that made me. I'm glad I was muted. Sorry, Shauna and Jen. But lady, when you just put 17 is older than 16, I literally just sprayed water all over my keyboard when I read the comments. So sorry, Shauna and Jen.
Sorry.
But I'm glad I was muted because I literally just laughed so hard when I read that comment. I was like choking on my water. So yeah. But you're right, Shauna. The TBI tip line. I mean, regardless of how agencies see or view things, that line's there for a reason. They wouldn't put it out there if it wasn't open for people, giving their information or giving their insight. I mean, I would be appreciative. I know if I were working for, FBI, TPI, or whatever, I'd be appreciative of everything and anything just because, especially someone who dedicates their time and research to what you and Jen do. It's not like you're just pulling cards out of a hat. You guys are doing dedicated research to this, and I appreciate it personally. I really do appreciate it personally. If no one's told you that today, but I think that's great that you guys do this.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all, I really do. I
Yes,
appreciate
Shauna.
that. I really do appreciate. I mean, she is such a sweetheart. And guys, like when you're having a bad day, you need a Shauna. You need a Shauna in your life because she's going to pick you up. She's not only going to pick you up, she's going to lift you so high. that
I'm not,
you're just
I don't
gonna,
fluff. I don't
you're gonna
fluff
feel so
though.
good
It's
about
sincere.
yourself, But I do have great people. I love all of you guys. I appreciate that. I think we all bring something great to the table.
Mhm.
When we work together with creators
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
Lady Freedom, and we work with creators like Jules, we can get all kinds of great things going on for the community with the missing. And then we bring Shauna to the table. And she's such a healer. I mean, she
Mhm.
will heal. She has this way about her, and it's just like everybody is bringing, we've got Dawn. We got Dawn, we got Smiley. We've got some great creators really I think that that's the main focus for me is to focus on these creators that are bringing so much substance.
And Jen, here's the thing. When you are authentic and you have a platform and your energy is put out and you're authentic, you have integrity, you have ethics, you're going to get trolls because you're on YouTube with a channel. That's a given. But the right people will find you. The energy will align. The ones that, you put that out. It's what you do. Just the same as the channels and it doesn't even have to be YouTube. It can be any station, a TV, anything. It can be the housewives, which that used to be me 20 years ago, like loving that show. But like anything that you put out attracts that crowd. So it's not a perfect world. You're not going to get every perfect, but you're going to get the right ones. And the best kind, it goes slow. It goes slow. And slow and steady that's how you win. Right. And it's not about winning. It's about doing the right thing and you're doing it. And you've got the right people coming in. And
Yeah.
and I will tell you something. I am, you know, I have how I feel with the ethics and integrity are very strong. At the same time, I will go hood and I will slay some dragons and I will be the dragon like I've told you. And with you, it's the same. It's the same. And it's not fluffing you, it's just real. When you find your tribe, when you
Mhm.
find the people you align with that are doing the work that you believe in, even if you're even the people watching, um that aren't, it's their heart is in it, they care. And it's just the same as having rallies, it's just the same as doing the walks and the runs
Mhm.
it's all the same. And the more that we do this, I'm not going to cry, so you know what I'm saying.
Mhm. Yeah, your soul tribe. I 100%
Yes.
agree. Um, yeah, I agree. You're gonna be. I'm a huge empath, so when you mentioned you're not gonna cry, I literally like I don't know. It's just I like aligning with people and finding people that I feel like are my soul tribe because it's just like I don't know. It's like you mentioned, like it's people who run marathons together. It's people who I don't know, like cosplay together. It's people who you find your group of people, and it's an emotional experience. Experience isn't the right word, but maybe you know what I'm saying. It's an emotional. I don't know what maybe Jen or somebody can help me out here with
We
this. I'm
feel
trying to
seen
think
and
of,
heard. We feel seen and heard. That's any
yes,
kind of
yes.
tribe. And when you have someone who is the energy, which, the thing is with Jen, she is humble. She's very humble. I mean, she can go ahead too. I see that in her for sure, 100. She is boots on the ground, but her energy is vast. And she's got so many, and what she does, and this is a person who I have studied astrology, and her charts can be, a bit wild when you look at them. She's gaining people that know nothing of astrology. And it's her energy and what she believes in. And I will go even a little bit further. This one day, this will not be nonfiction. I get books all the time. I'm old school. I go to the library. One day, astrology will be not in that section, if that makes sense. And
I
this is
feel like
part of it.
Shauna, like you are my spokesperson, girl. Like what?
It sounds fluffy. It sounds like I'm, but it's true. I believe in rainbows, butterflies, and unicorns. I'm all that,
You
right?
are, girl. She's like,
But
y'all,
at the end of the day, I
y'all,
am
y'all need to
still
realize
very,
that like Shauna she goes hard.
in
She
both
goes
ways.
hard.
I can go extreme in both sides, but
She goes hard, dude. Like she is the
yeah.
one that if you need a little pick me
She's the
upper,
female version of me. That's
yeah,
what
she's
it
the
is.
female version
I
of
do,
Jen.
and Jeff, I have to say, he and I are always
Damn.
posting the same thing. I've been noticing that because I pay attention to every detail. He always gets it. He always goes first, though. When I go back through the scroll, I'm like, dang it, he did it first. When we post 2020.
20.
But thank you, Jen, for all that you're doing for all of the families, the children that may be watching it. They feel the energy. We know that. You don't have to be into. You don't even have to. It's there. It's vast, and whew, it's deep. And no matter what, no matter who comes in, and no matter what other person or channel or thing or place or whatever says something, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's when I say, what about them bears? Like it's kind of like saying, let's reel it in. Let's reel it in and let's go there. Now, this is your channel.
It's a change
You
of
do what you
subject,
want.
Shauna. Are you
But
from
I'm
Chicago?
here
Or are
for
you a
you,
Bears
and I'm here
fan?
for everyone that comes in.
No, because for real, that's what we
That's
say up there. How about them Bears? How about them Bears? To change the
Lady
subject.
Freedom wants.
Yeah, that's what
what you
that's what
laughing
I know
at.
it as.
Is
You
that?
had me
Are you seeing the
cracking up,
chat?
Shauna.
Shauna's in
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Indiana.
the Bears. The
The
Bears. It's my
Bears.
brother's
The
favorite.
Bears.
What about them bears?
My
That's a
my
funny
brother's a
them
movie.
Bears
Bears.
fan.
What movie was
I don't.
that?
I'm not sure. I'm
Planes,
not
Trains,
sure. I know.
Automobiles, or
Brett.
something? I think
I
it was
know
John
Brett Favre
Candy,
was
right?
randomly in.
Oh, the
Oh, it was
movie.
John Candy movie.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
in the bed and they wake up and they're like, "How about them bears?" John Candy and
oh yeah. It's not
funny,
it's not that family vacation. It's not the log cabin movie where the bear
but
comes.
that's
Wasn't
great.
there? Yeah. No, I know
They're
Brett Favre was in something
traveling.
about Mary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're traveling, not happy about it, and they have to sleep in the same bed. Look, we're going to Albuquerque at this point.
Uncle Buck.
Oh no,
Uncle
that's
Buck,
another
Kylie
one.
just said. Yeah,
Oh,
Uncle
that's
Buck's the one I think I was talking about,
Uncle
where
Buck.
with the one with the bear and the log cabin. I think that's Uncle Buck. I think that's what Uncle Buck is.
Uncle
Maybe.
Buck
And
is
there,
with the kids that he's babysitting.
yeah.
The one with the cabin is with Dan Aykroyd, and like the beautiful raccoon's the funniest part of the damn movie. I forget what it's called. Yeah, so maybe John Candy's a sign. Everything's a sign, guys. We're talking about John Candy. How about them bears? So write it
He was
down.
in
I already did.
I think he was in Splash, wasn't he? Wasn't he in Splash?
I am not
Doesn't anyone-
sure.
The mermaid movie with Tom Hanks.
Tom
I think Tom Hanks was
that
the guy
one.
in it.
Yeah, yeah. Tom Hanks is in that one.
I can't believe you remember that movie. Nobody remembers that movie. I'm like, oh, Splash, and they're like, what's that? It's about like a dolphin. I'm like, no, it's about a mermaid. But yeah, and she's like, she turns to a human, and then like the Eugene Levy guy sprays her with a hose, so she gets her fins or whatever. I think Eugene
I-
Levy was in that movie. It was weird. I'm like, he's like a bad guy, sort of.
Yeah, I think I do. I do remember that. It made me just think of the movie way off subject. This is now like a different country we're going to here. Like Dark Crystal. Who remembers that? Let's lighten it
Oh
up
my
a little
God,
bit.
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember that.
Does anyone
Oh,
remember
yeah.
Dark Crystal? No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
goodness. See, we're in the tribe. Nobody I talk to knows that movie. So, anyways, Jen's like, how about them bears?
How about them?
Let's go north.
I literally I have a Dark Crystal tarot deck actually. So yeah, I remember Dark Crystal and Labyrinth and all those movies when they
Mhm.
came out. I think more people remember Labyrinth because of David Bowie, but I remember Dark Crystal. I had the VHS tape of that thing. That was an awesome movie.
It
Yeah, I
creeped
think
the
we
shit
are
out of me,
gonna-
actually. But
You
yeah.
really are. Like, what the hell?
Mhm.
Like, we're
I'm just
I love David Bowie.
I'm
Jen,
probably
speaking
over
on that
there.
just for a second, what's your favorite movie? You don't have time to
Oh,
watch damn
shoot.
movies. She's like
I was
Dateline at 3 a.m.
Oh gosh, that Brad Pitt movie. What
Ooh,
was
I know
that
what you're
Brad Pitt?
talking
He was
about
in
with
Montana.
death.
He was in Montana. They were fly fishing.
Oh
What was
yeah.
that movie?
River or
Yeah,
River
River
runs
Through It.
not
River.
River runs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
River Runs Through It. That's my favorite movie.
And Legends of the Fall,
Right.
guys. We
And
can't
that's
forget
what
that.
I think that's one of my like a bucket list, if you will, is
Oh
to
yeah.
fish the Montana, and I want to learn how to fly fish. My
Mhm.
mom was a great fly fish. She loved to fly fish. My dad fly
Really?
and I've never learned how to, and I would love to learn how to in the Montana though. There,
Wow. I've heard that is a skill. That's
there.
quite the
Yeah.
skill
She
to
made it
do.
like it was easy breezy. So I want to see
Would-
what it's like. I want to
Did you
see if
eat
I
the
can do it.
fish? Was it like brought to the table?
What do you mean? What now?
Like fly fishing, is that a specific like? Well, I know that it's a
It's the
skilled.
line. It's the way
Yeah.
that you catch the fish. It's a
The type of
it's a
pole.
type of sport, with a type of pole,
Mm-hmm.
lure.
But would you like eat the fish, or is that her?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would definitely eat it if I could catch a good one,
Do you still
something that I'm
fish?
fishing for. Yeah. Yeah, I like crappie.
Really?
But I can't.
Fuck crawdaddy digging.
When
You're
I'm
from the
crappie
South.
fishing, it's hard because I'm quick. I wanna jump on it. I like the challenge of a catfish. I like the
Mhm.
challenge of a bass. But if I'm gonna eat fish, I want to eat crappie, and I don't do well fishing for crappie because they have such a little sweet bite,
Wait,
and I just want
fishing
to hook them real
fishing
quick. And
fishing
you
for
can't.
what?
You got to be patient. You got to be patient when you
Crappie.
hook a crappie, and I'm just not that great.
What? I
I'd
don't
be
think I know
impatient.
what that is. I gotta look up what kind of fish that is because I don't know what that is.
The
It's
crappie.
Crappie?
it's a specific taste for a fish,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think
Yes.
that's a southern maybe thing.
Maybe so.
It is
Maybe
so.
so. It's
Yes,
Jeff
What's
says
Jeff's
it is
favorite
southern.
movie?
What's your favorite movie, babe?
I mean, I never thought about it.
Well, think about it, babe. Mine's A River Runs Through It. Tom Cruise. I mean, not Tom Cruise.
He's probably like Rambo or like The Matrix or like
I love me some Brad Pitt. Okay.
John Wick. No,
John Wick. Some John
Yeah,
Wick.
I love
John Wick
Okay.
movies.
Well,
but-
I like the John.
Definitely a John Wick.
Yeah, we're definitely John Wick fans.
Who is
Yeah.
I
the
love John Wick.
guy
John Wick's cool.
that is? I think he's Australian, maybe bald head, and he is always in action movies. Like we see him on Netflix all the time. I love him, and I can't even think of his name now. That just came to me. Like I think Jeff probably likes them type of movies too.
The action. There's somebody else in the chat again. I hate to give him
I
any
know.
weight, but I'm
I
having
saw
fun
that.
with it. I'm just
I don't know if this person keeps coming back in on alts asking what everyone's age is. I don't know why they need to know that. Like what the
It's like they're just trolling, girl. Like,
so
what the
weird.
hell?
I'm 101 years old. How about that?
I'm laughing at
Here's the
Joe.
beauty. I
'Cause he's
can't
being
even
silly,
see chat.
you know.
I got that
All
part
about
turned
the
off.
David Bowie, and and then here comes the psycho.
Oh, there's
I can't even unmute. I'm laughing too hard back here.
I'm just gonna say I'm 101 years old. We'll just go with that.
Infinity, baby.
Yeah,
Before
see,
now.
this person
Why
in
are
the
you
chat.
so concerned?
Look, Jacob. Y'all are weirdos. Okay.
Listen
Y'all
here,
are
Jacob.
weirdos.
Oh gosh, look
Get
at
him,
us! I'm
Jacob.
over here talking about ethics and integrity. Come on, bring on the trolls.
I had to
Yeah.
mute. I had to mute myself for that comment, Jen.
Joe,
Ryan's
why?
back here.
Politicians and the rivers will be dead in
No.
5 years. Oh,
No,
Joe,
Joe.
no, they won't,
Damn,
honey.
dude.
That got dark.
Okay.
Damn, that's
That's dark.
that's
Well,
really dark right now. Like
Joe.
I'm feeling.
That's Joe.
oh,
Hey, Joe.
Joe, in 5 years, you will be fishing fast.
Dude.
I predict that as well, and I don't even predict
That was
things.
on
but I-
purpose. Oh, poor Joe.
Like that's poor Joe.
Poor Joe. It's okay, honey.
Yeah.
Charles
needs a hug.
Barkley. Yeah,
Ooh.
maybe. I don't know. What do we think about Charles Barkley?
He's
Anybody
from
a basketball?
Philadelphia. He's from Philadelphia
Ew.
originally.
Barkley? Where,
Yeah.
He's
why
from
are
my.
we going there?
We're trying to act our age.
What the fuck?
We
He's
tried.
from he's from my
Beth-
stomping grounds. Actually, I did a military funeral honor detail for a Philadelphia police officer who was like in the military before he joined the police department. He passed away, and Charles Barkley was at the funeral.
Your
He
parents ain't
was.
home. Get
He's
out
think you're-
huge.
Oh, Joe,
Get
I
out
think
of
you're
here.
Joe's mom is mean
31.
to him. You
No.
guys,
I'm 13 and my parents aren't home. Weirdos.
she's awful.
I think you're 31 and your parents probably aren't home, but you live with them.
What is happening?
We
here?
love
I'm
Joe, but we
13.
don't like his mom because she can be a bit much.
Oh.
Okay, so this person is a member of Lady Freedom. So
Aw, I think
you-
maybe he's being funny.
No, that is
Or in the
Joe
basement.
also.
He's
Joe
his
needs to go to
basement
bed.
of parents' home. Go to bed, Joe. Oh,
night-night.
Joe.
Go night night, Joe.
Thank you
Joe,
for
go
being
to
in the
bed.
chat, though, Joe.
Yeah, go to bed,
Night night,
honey.
Nunu.
You got school tomorrow. You got school tomorrow. We're not doing this, okay? Go to bed. Night night.
Night night, Nunu. Oh, good.
What the
Come on, one more. One more. One more. Where you at? Let me see. Pull it up. Where you at?
what is happening?
And it's
here?
honestly, the EPA is. I mean, okay. Well, why was Sony trolls? Oh my gosh. No, we
Yeah,
like
the
at the
trolls-
moment.
the
Sometimes
trolls
it's
are
kind
in
of
the
cute.
house.
Or sometimes you got to make light of stuff. You know, it's a serious channel. We do serious work. Barkley is from Alabama.
He lived in
Oh.
Philadelphia for forever, though.
I mean, let's get that birth chart, Joe.
looking
Where's it
now.
at?
What's
Now
your
I'm doing
birth time?
research.
Give me that
What's
birth
that birth
chart.
time? What's that birth
Right.
time?
Come
We need
on.
that birth
I'm
time now.
looking.
Let's pull the chart,
looking it up.
Joe.
Let's pull
Help
the
us
chart.
here. Let's do the research. Give me
This is
that
fake.
city.
Yeah.
I'm Googling it right now. Let me see.
That's
My
Joe's
mom
job.
is at-
Okay.
My mom is that job. The church, actually. Aw. Then we talk about church. Aw. That's a good
Aw,
mama. That's a good
Babs.
mommy.
Babs.
Why ain't you there?
What?
My teen goes to bed at
What?
9. Come on, just
Teen
saying. That's a good
saying?
one, Diane. That's
It's
a good
because
one.
he's 31.
He
Yes,
is
we all.
31.
It's
Not
time
that
to go
they're-
night night.
Sometimes
Night-night.
you just have to make light of it all. It's the
Night,
beauty
Joe.
of people in the world.
Well,
Thank you,
and
Joe, for
Katie
coming
did
in.
say that, Sebastian was up late that night, that she let him stay up a little later than usual. So that would have put his
Ooh.
bedtime even
That's a
a good
good
Or
one.
point.
Thank
that.
you, Joe, for your shenanigans. That's your, yeah. She allowed him to stay up later.
Yeah, she told that to
Think about that.
Caitlin Miller.
Mm.
Yeah.
Jen, Daniel asked if you could drop the link again.
The thing with when she mentioned the snacks, I thought that was extra information. No one asked. I mean, okay, I will say
It
I
is.
am going to say this to keep the integrity intact. We never know what someone goes through if they're in, we can't judge what a person goes through, but we know a little bit more. So anyways, that interview when one of the first ones, and she was like, he gets his snacks. Like he wakes up in the middle of the night to get his snacks. Does anyone remember that, Jen?
Oh yeah, I remember.
I remember too.
I think snacks were an issue.
Mhm.
A big issue. Like she was saying that it was a way of her to say she allowed him to have snacks when really she didn't. It was extra info. And then there was one more where the boom, the bang, right? You've talked on this, Jen. And do we have a time where she said that? She went to bed at midnight.
It changes every time, I think.
Hold on, what was the question?
The time
This-
frame, 'cause she said she went to bed around midnight and she heard a boom, but I think
Mm-hmm.
that's not real. I think that's not the truth. I do think that 3:10 a.m., if I'm correct, Jen, on that time frame, there is something that is going on there. We know that. And I do think the lights, what do you think about the lights? What do you think that is?
I think it's somebody walking Sebastian out to a car and then someone walking back to the house, in my opinion.
Don't you
I
think
think
that house would be lit up like a Christmas tree, though?
I think
Wouldn't
about
they
it.
have floodlights and the whole shebang?
No, they didn't.
Not
I
if
think
like
so. At that time, at 1:36 a.m., the moon. At 1:36 a.m., the moon in Virgo was opposing Neptune at the exact degree. They were
Okay,
in a
that's
complete, intense
yeah,
opposition.
yeah.
So it's pretty intense at that time. That's all I know.
Chuichi,
movement.
estudio español mi escuela para 8 años.
Well, that I didn't. Who did that
Caitlin
one?
Jules.
You say what?
Oh,
What?
no. He was asking me if I spoke Spanish, so I responded in Spanish. I said in I said in Spanish. I studied it in school for 8 years, so.
Okay.
And I don't want
Sorry.
to speculate. I don't want
No,
to
don't be
speculate, but
sorry.
in the chart, do you see anything with the medication, like being strong
think
or like too much medicine, like go to bed
I think there
medicine?
could be something having to do with medication.
Mhm.
But the craziest thing is I'm seeing it with not Katie or Chris, but I'm seeing it with Terry Bowersox, the step grandfather
Mhm.
who has a history of
Yep.
medicines. So I'm not sure what is happening, but there is something that is definitely there's a betrayal here.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I think. There's a betrayal.
Yeah. And that time frame from the time they got home until the time he went to bed, Katie skips over that, and she skipped over that every single time up until I believe it was Smiley's interview. Then we kind of got a little bit more insight, and then with Chronicles of Olivia a little bit more, but she really just wanted us to believe that they came home from dinner, he played in his room, and then he went to bed, and she doesn't tell us any details about the night at all.
Do you have any
Oh.
information on the whole weekends when he's with? Because I know, Chris is gone, right? All the time. And the weekends with Sebastian, with her, did they do these things? I can see him maybe having eating, but do you have
Do you mean,
deeds
is this
on, is this a
take you off?
pattern, like taking my
Yeah,
kid every, or is it once every
yeah.
6 months? It is that
That's
way?
that is what Jeff's main question has been the whole time, is the whole weekend. It just seems, is this a normal type of weekend that Sebastian
Right,
had when he was with his mother? Is
right.
this a
'Cause-
normal type of weekend? Because they went a lot of places. So you got to wonder, every other weekend she's with her son. Every other weekend, what are they doing? Is this a pattern? Is this something they are always doing? So it would be nice to know that, if this is a pattern.
Yeah, if
uh,
it's out of the normal or what. And people had a lot of those questions and Katie never wanted to answer them. So I think that's a part of frustration that we've all had because,
mhm,
we all know that it's falling short, that she's leaving
mhm.
major pieces out, in my opinion.
I think that Ellie has definitely asked those questions. I do feel that extremely strong. And I think that they are, these guys, they're not marked off the darn list. You know what I mean? I don't know the word being cleared, if it's been said or not. It's not. I think that's
Right.
obvious, right? And
Mhm.
do you see anything, Jen, coming with that?
With what exactly?
Them doing the work with the Proudfoots, them looking into them
I see it.
on the DL.
I see it all the time. I see them coming up and popping up. Yeah, I see it all the time. And I don't know if it's chatter, if it's the law enforcement. All I can do is read it, speak
For
on
what?
record it, and just let it flow, let it go.
Right, right.
And I'd have to go back and look at different lives. But I would say, from my memory, when I'm looking at it, it does appear that there are things in motion.
Yeah, I
We may
agree.
not see it. We may not see it. Just like when I said, "Hey, let's keep an eye on Summer."
Yes.
Sharpie Jr. is in transit, and then Don comes out and says, "Hey, they were looking on the 13th. That's 5 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
and on the 12th, that's the day. That's the day that I was observing
See,
Sharpie Jr." And I could
that's
see him, Summer in transit. I could see the law enforcement. So it makes sense to me now. I mean, could I be conjuring up
no.
their energies are in transit together during that period of time? Maybe it has nothing to do with Sharpie Jr. being in jail and giving tips about where we could find Summer's body. I could be I could be not looking at it correctly. Sure. But could I be looking at it correctly? Yes, I could. It could go both ways. And when Don came out and said that, man, I was all over it because I wanted to see it. I showed y'all the map. I showed y'all where I have a hot spot off of that road. So I think that it's a good road to search for Summer. Do I
Agree.
think that Sharpie Jr. has something to do with it? I don't know, but he's right there. And he was in transit the day before. So he was in transit for 24 hours from the 12th to the 13th. And that's when the 13th is when they went and looked. So, I mean, what am I supposed to think about that? The
When
TBIs are
you
talking to me, you know?
energetically, that when you said Junior, I know about the Summer Wells case. It's not one that I have deep dived on at all. Because, like I said, I got to protect my energy, unless it's astrology and I'm practicing that, but I'm on a different page now. Okay. When you said Junior, I don't know nothing about that. That was strong. That was extremely strong for me. And I'm like, Junior. And then is he the neighbor or the worker?
So Sharfie Jr., when it comes to Summerwell's case, his dad and well, it wasn't his dad and his dad's girlfriend went to church with Summer in another church. They had met Summer there. They lived in back of the property where Summer went missing, and Junior had just gotten out of jail maybe a month prior for child P. So he's a child lover. Do you
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hmm.
And he got, and he had just gotten out of jail. So his stamina, his mind, his thinking about children, I
Yeah.
think could have been very much in the forefront. He had only been out of jail for a month. Summer goes missing, and he's a child lover, convicted child lover. So
Do you have her natal chart?
I do.
Does she have Neptune square Merc?
Hold on, let me look.
I don't know why I want to just, if you don't mind. I know you got a million
Yeah.
charts.
Lady Freedom, where you at, girl?
I'm right here.
Don't go to
I'm just in
sleep.
the chat. I'm sorry. I know I can't even contain myself. I'm still chatting even though I'm not chatting up here. But no, I mean, I just would like to know about that whole weekend. Going back to what Shauna was saying, I saw that Jeff said that in the chat, and I don't know about if there was a poker party, if there wasn't, but I think that's a good place to start. Jeff, waking up over here.
See, poker, that's wild you just said poker, because in regards to Sebastian and my scribbles, I've written down the word poker. What's going on with poker? Or is this an inside something?
I don't know.
Who
We
plays
really
poker?
don't know. So the poker would have
That'd
been
be Chris Proudfoot.
Chris Proudfoot. There's rumors that
Like gambling?
rumors, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's an alignment with okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Summerwell, when it comes to her Mercury, that's going to her siblings, and her siblings were older, and she does have a much older sibling. And I do look at this. Oh shit! What it just?
Does she have Neptune square Merc?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't.
Mm.
No, she doesn't. But I want you to see where her Mercury is, and that's here in the third house. And she does have older siblings. And she has an even older sibling that's a junior. Don Wells Jr. is an older sibling. And that's where we get this Mercury in Capricorn here in the third house, I think. I think it's that older sibling we're looking at here in her natal chart.
I mean, these
Hey,
Scorpio
Jen,
rising charts.
Jen, your mod Daniel's backstage. He told me to tell you. Sorry.
Okay.
12, 13, 14.
Yeah, this was given to me. A girl had come to my inbox and told me, she said, Jennifer, don't ask me how I got this birth time, but I got it. And this is her birth time. And so when she told me that, yeah, when she told me that, I took it to heart. And she said, I've got my ways. And just know that this is her birth time. And people be coming to me like that. I mean, and if this is her birth time, that's what I've been going off of. And it seems to be legit. So far, it seems to be legit. And I've been using this birth time for 3 years now.
Can you
3
put
years.
the current transits around it by will? Just current transit.
For right now?
Yeah. Right at this moment.
Hold on. You want it cleaned up? You want the wheel cleaned up?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Just so my eyeballs,
Okay.
if you don't care.
Let's do 19 points.
Here we go. Okay, okay. You see that? I know you already met it. You see exactly what I'm seeing right now. Look at that. Okay. We need, okay.
So this would be like what Shauna is talking about would be like a horror chart with summer. We're just looking
Okay.
at the transits right now. What is
Yeah.
happening right now with summer? We just had a relationship. Okay. We just had a relationship. We just had a relationship.
That's a
Okay.
sign. You hear that ding ding? That's
We just had a relationship that came to her dad, came to the authority, came to the attention to the courts. There's a relationship here. There's a relationship here.
what is the degrees on that? That is
There's
such
a
a
relationship.
depression. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just such a depression. And then look at that south node.
Look at all that hanging out in her first house. So
And that's
Venus,
past it.
Venus is coming. Venus is coming
Yep.
here. Venus is coming. She's marching. She's marching toward that natal.
Shit. Yeah.
Toward
And
that
then
natal
if I wish I
Mars.
could get this bigger.
It's marching toward her, honey.
There we go.
These
Hold
are
on.
two personal planets, guys. This is about money. This is about money. It's about values. The moon is coming to that Mars.
Mm-hmm.
The moon is going to cross over the Mars. The moon is has also just crossed over her ascendant. The moon in Scorpio has crossed over her ascendant. It's headed to her Mars.
Yeah. There's work being done, guys.
Oh yeah.
There
Oh,
is
yeah.
work being done.
Yeah,
And
all
I
of this.
think you're better with this. When Mars gets to her Mars, how long is that going to take? How long will it take?
For Mars to
Oh,
come
I'm
back.
sorry, I
to-
just passed it.
No, yeah, I don't think Mars is coming back to that
Okay,
16
hold
degree.
on.
Yeah. Mars is, no.
29.
No, but Venus is.
I'm just looking at
But Venus
backwards.
is, man. Venus is coming there. We
Oh,
just had a
shit.
relationship that's come to the Saturn that's about authority.
No.
That's the TBI. I mean, her dad. A relationship is coming against her dad, or about the
Ooh.
values of the law enforcement and the courts, for sure.
Mhm.
For sure.
Very
Because-
interesting.
Yeah, this sad, y'all. That's definitely the courts. That's the DA. That's the judge.
Mhm.
The judge has signed off on something. The moon.
Wow.
I mean,
Right on the sixth house.
Essentially, Juno
Cast
is
with that
gonna-
Chiron and that Mars.
Juno is a relationship, guys. This is a relationship. There's going to be a relationship that's going to come to that moon of hers. We've got a lot to go through with summer. There's a lot
Yeah.
going on. And I'm sorry, but I do, guys. I mean, I know that we have things going on with Summer's parents. No doubt about it.
No. Yeah.
But
Mm.
But what I want to tell you is that this Saturn is coming to the TBI. Actually, it's already come to the TBI. Saturn has already made contact
Mm.
with a TBI right now. Oh yeah, that 2513 right now.
Her natal Neptune, Bri. That
Look, y'all.
that natal
Look,
Neptune.
I need to show y'all this. Like
Can you have the event chart? Okay, this is the
the
TBI. Okay.
TBI. The TBI, y'all.
Oh, I see it right there. Oh shit. Okay.
What's happening is Saturn has already left this degree. And this is with the shakeup, with the hidden sex, with that 25 degree. That's exactly where the map is. Okay. For summer. Y'all, that's where the map is. The 25 degree. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, when it comes to summer's map
Go back.
and Sebastian's, we're coming to the 25 degree in Scorpio. Let's look at Sebastian's 25 degree in Scorpio. I mean, that's where we're at right now. So let's just look at it. It's with summer. It's with all maps. all maps are retracing,
Mhm.
talking about rethinking,
Every time you
looking.
go over that
sun
part, I
is
just,
shining.
oh,
Yeah, the
that part
sun is
right
shining.
there. That's almost a
Yeah,
too
this is it.
obvious of a
Look through
spot
here.
that every time you go to this part of the chart, it just gives me the jeebies. But it's so such an
This is
obvious spot. Then your logic wants to, like my logic goes like, why would
this
it
is
be so
we're going
right there?
southwest. We're going southwest with all charts right now, with all maps. That's what we're doing. Summers is no
See,
different. Summers is no different. Sebastian's is no different. We're definitely looking at the Scorpio energy right now. We're talking about it. That's what's in, I mean, that's what we're doing, y'all. And the Scorpio, this is where Saturn has just come over, has made contact, even though Saturn is up here. Okay. Saturn is actually in Pisces, but Saturn has just come to this degree. When Saturn comes to a degree, it's expressing that there is limits and obstacles. So they didn't find Summer, right? They didn't find her. Where did they go wrong? Where did they go wrong with the investigation? And Hygeia, the purity of health, she is
oh
all
man.
Hygeia is the
And then the
purity of
word like miss the boat. I mean, that's obvious right there.
she's
You get
coming
that school.
here. Hygeia is about to come here.
Mm,
Hygeia is about to come here. Look, let me show you. Let me show you right now. Hygeia is coming there. That's 618. See, she's at a 623 right now. She's coming down in degree. She's going to come down in degree, and it's about land.
yeah.
It's about land. And their desires to find summer on this land. It could come. It could come, but it could come. Yeah, it could come. It could come.
When does it ingress officially for good? The beginning of the year, Saturn into Aries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year.
I think things are going down now.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And I
of
think with her chart, it's more,
this is Sebastian's right now. I'm just looking at
you
this.
can kind of see a bit.
We're right through here. This is where we're going right now with the investigation. We're going this way. So I do have all the addresses on with Sebastian's face going this way.
Wild.
But it's not where the TBI does good. The TBI don't do good here. So I digress, man. Damn it.
One more, if you don't care, the last, the chart that's the most prominent to you, okay, for Sebastian as an event, the missing chart. Whether you want to use the one that is the timestamp known or the one that will you do me a favor, just really quick, pull that one up and simplify it for me?
Pull what up?
The event chart of Sebastian. Whether you want to use Texas Roadhouse or the ones that because you can, whatever chart that you want to pull for the missing. Texas Roadhouse is the known timestamp, but I know you've looked at other times.
Which one do you want me to show?
All right, there's some. So
you want to go to 3:10 a.m.?
I do actually.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just do that.
You knew that.
Okay.
Because the Texas Roadhouse tells us a lot, but at the same time, too much was happening after.
Let me.
You got to go forward and backwards.
All right. Let me break this down for you. Oh shit! You don't want that. Hold on.
I just want to look at it easy. I'm going to put some fresh eyeballs.
Do you want me to take less than?
Yeah.
You want me to take
the Virgo chart?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
For the verbs. Make it for the verbs.
Make it stand
for the Virgos.
I'm getting there, I promise.
How about that? How about that?
I'll see
For
you yet.
donation.
Keep it simple, honey.
Jules
There
for
you go.
donation.
I
There
don't
you
see
go.
it. Did you pull it up?
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Okay.
That
Sorry,
makes me
my
want
bad.
to take a timestamp for that one. 1041 my time, Eastern Standard.
Hold
There,
on,
hold
damn
on.
it. Hold on, shit.
Oh, there's China and Blake. She just had
Yeah.
it up. Oh, my bad. Okay. Okay. All right. You got the 310. Okay.
This is 3:10 a.m. So this
Oh,
is
that's
a
cool.
simple chart. It's a
Yeah.
simple chart. See how the moon is opposing Neptune. This is a big deal. I mean, this is really a big deal in an event chart. It really is. The moon in Virgo is opposing. At 1:36 a.m., they were in a direct opposition with the same degree. It was big. It was big. And
Look
the
at that
state
group coming up on that neighborhood. Do you see that group? You see it right there in the Pisces. There's a group with him.
right here.
Right. The Merc, the Sun. Ooh, the Pisces. Just right. Like this is, I think he did go home. I know that Neptune's right there. That Neptune right there in the, ooh, hold on. It's, what's that degree? Hold on a second. I gotta
26,
put my eyeballs
36.
back on. Damn.
And we're in a
Fucking
direct opposition though. Like
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
I've seen it flood. I've seen a lot of crazy shit go down with this type of opposition.
Yeah.
The moon opposing Neptune. Let's look at the data. You are drawn to unusual people. Positively, these people may be okay. So unusual people. This means during this period of time,
Duke.
there's some
Duke.
unusual shit taking
Duke.
place.
No. Oops, sorry. I didn't realize I was on thingy thing. Sorry about that.
We gotta
You're
go to
fine.
water. Jim, we gotta
The
go to
one dog
water.
literally, the one dog literally jumped up on the counter just now. I was just like, oh my god, no. Sorry about that.
It's talking about being confused, unusual people, unusual shit going down. Okay.
Yeah.
Confused and drunk. Confused and drunk.
Yeah.
We're confused. We're lightheaded. We don't know what the hell's going on because we've been drugged. Okay. I'm feeling a little loopy. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm
He
thinking with
has-
this. He's feeling loopy. He's loopy, man. That's what I'm thinking is happening.
Sentence
loopy.
with that. Hold on.
Yeah.
What's
They got an inside kidnapping going on right now. That's what I think. That's what
damn. I can't. Okay. All right.
That's what I think. I don't know though. Look,
This
we got
is
Venus.
the entrance of the. We're looking at that. Yes. Yeah. Look
We got
at.
these two right here. Look, we got that opposition happening. Okay.
Scorpio.
Then we have these two hanging out together, and Venus just so happens to be on Sebastian's degree with his palace. There's a shakeup coming in the future with values and groups. Things are already happening. Things have already happened. It's already happened. Whatever has happened with Sebastian, it's already happened. And there's things in the past here, and you don't see it, but Palace is shaking. Yeah, it was Palace, I think, that was shaking things up right here. And we've got Venus. We've got this personal planet. We got another personal planet. We've got these two personal planets is what I'm talking about. And it's square to Jupiter. What is Jupiter? Jupiter is going far. Shit. Jupiter and Taurus here in the 4th house of home is shaking things up. There's an expansion here. There's an expansion because there's a lot of shakeups going down here. We're not expecting it.
What is the degree on that? Gosh,
We're just not expecting what's happening right now.
Fast. How many-
Jupiter is expanding the communications. Jupiter
This
is the
land,
law.
Big land. We think of big
Jupiter's
land.
the
We
law,
think of
man.
different.
Jupiter is the law.
What's
And
that?
the law has no idea what kind of vehicle, where to find that vehicle, who's behind the vehicle. This is all about the vehicle with the law enforcement right now at 3 o'clock. And that's exactly what's happening. If you look at the videos, you look
Neptune.
at the YouTube commentaries about the vehicle in the middle of the night, it's really not about the lights. It's about a freaking vehicle.
That's what I I felt like
vehicle?
it was headlights. Honestly, I know it didn't look like headlights in that video, but to me, I'm like, it's headlights. And that's probably what you're saying. Like they don't know because it looks almost like, I mean, hell, glowworms or whatever the hell them things are that fly around. Like everything, I don't understand it, why everything's so damn grainy. The word grainy, everything is, we hear that word a lot with this case. Grainy photos, grainy. That's a clue.
This is
And
also interesting. Is this Pluto?
I
Pluto
got
is
a whole
square
damn
the midheaven.
profile.
Pluto is squaring the midheaven as Pluto is transiting in this first house in the middle of the night at the witch hour of 3 a.m. Pluto is transforming. There's a lot of transformation that's coming
Mm-hmm.
to the mother. There's a lot of transformation that is coming that's going to challenge groups, video, the lights, and the mother. This is the mother. Okay? The moon is the mom. We ain't looking at nobody else. We ain't looking at him. Oh, the moon is this. No, the moon is the mother. This is the mama. We are looking at her. We're looking at her. Where's she traveling to?
Yeah.
Where's she traveling to? We have a 9th house of travel.
Oh, let's think about that.
Where's she
Right on the
going?
money.
Think about
Right on
that.
the
Let's
money.
Where you
think
going,
about
Katie?
that. Let's
Where
think
you at,
about
girl?
that. Let's think about
This is
that.
about Katie. This is only about
Gemini. See, there's two. See, this is another two.
only
So let's
about
think
her.
about that. So let's think about service work, service health, service work, health. 6 Leo Park, Leo themes. That whole profile, like I feel like there's two men. It could be, I mean, I don't know. Oh, I know we've been on here for a minute, but you pull up that
She's
Texas
running back to that.
Roadhouse.
I mean, she's doing some shady shit in the middle of the night.
It being right
That's what
right
I've
at
what I've
the
always
IC,
suspected.
right
Yep,
at the, yeah.
I think
So
she.
this is y'all.
I think someone's
We're
running back to that
It's
house.
the
after-
it's the I don't know. What's been done is done, but it's like the what's the word? I use the word end of the matter, which is very just kind of bland. I mean, with that
Right
Neptune
there.
and that moon, and she's the travel. I'm just trying to kind of put it together. Because we've got to. We still have to look at the house and the sign too, of course. When you're looking at that
Well,
chart
by
now,
3 a.m., that moon is a
it's
semi-square to Jupiter, but it's in a full-on opposition to Neptune. Okay,
yeah,
so
right.
we're
It's
taking note
not.
of that. We're definitely taking note of that. But
Yeah, a
look,
million.
rising. I want y'all to understand something. At 3:10 a.m., the most important right
Saturn.
now is that we're rising in a 7 degree of Capricorn.
Yeah.
7 degree of Capricorn. Let me show you where that is on Sebastian's map. Let me show you because
Scorpio and Capricorn rising
this
charts
is actually
the
a good
hardest.
place.
Okay.
The 7,
I can't see it.
the 7 Capricorn. Hold on.
All right.
Y'all
Hey
don't see
guys,
it. Hold on.
I'm gonna actually head out, but thank you for having me up here. I'm gonna get R and Gator out for the night and stuff. But thank you for having me up here, and I'm gonna watch the replay after tomorrow to see what you guys cover after I head out. But this is really interesting.
Good,
Bye,
good night,
Jules.
Jules. It's nice to chat with you.
You too.
Good night,
I'll talk to you guys
Jules.
later. And good night. And Jen, I'll give you a call tomorrow about the other map.
Okay. Good night, babe. All right.
There's Summer.
Okay, so here's
Leo.
Sebastian. hold on. Let me show you Sebastian's. Oh shit. Let me show you this map real quick. Entire screen.
Hmm.
Is Lady Freedom still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
She's like, good God,
I'm
y'all
She's
just
are
got
just,
no, I'm just
patience.
listening
y'all
to you
are not
guys.
So
No, I like
patient.
listening. Well, because it's interesting what you guys are saying too, because you know, like you said, Jen, right there with Katie, that right on that mark is it keeps drawing us back to Katie, and it's just amazing because it does
Don't you
validate some of my thoughts anyway.
don't you feel food too? There's a food theme of sorts.
There's a
there is,
food
There's a
theme. There's a
freaking food like a choking.
there
Like I
is.
choked or I vomited. I don't want to go there. That's speculating. I don't want Seth
Okay.
anyone. You know what I'm saying? Just show you.
Right.
Well, and then
Ah,
and I think a lot of it has to do
I
with
burned my
Katie too. Like
hollow.
when we saw her at the restaurant, and a lot of people had mixed emotions, or it was kind of a maybe a more controversial topic. But like when he went to go grab that roll, she went to go like slap his hand away, but he moved his hand back really quickly. Sebastian did,
Thank you for
and
bringing that up. What's the roll story? I don't. I'm not familiar with that, and
Oh,
it could be a
girl.
live I missed, Jen. I'm not familiar. I
Yeah.
heard about the roll. What's up with the roll? What was this whole he couldn't have the roll? What? How did you find this out?
That's what Lady Freedom is saying is that when they were eating at the Roadhouse, she was buttering the rolls and he went in to grab a roll from the basket and she basically shooed his hand away. 15 years old, he can't even eat his own roll. I mean, he can't just dip in and get it. What's your problem, man? Why
I
can't he
agree,
do
Jen.
that? You know? So this is
So is that something that was shown on the camera, or just kind of
That was shown.
investigating?
yeah.
Okay, like she
Well, why
slapped. I'm
I'll
sorry,
just say that
guys.
no, it's okay.
Some
I'll
of this
just say the
I don't
reason
know.
I say it's controversial is because like we didn't see the entire footage from beginning to start. And so some people were saying, well, maybe he had already had like whatever, 2 or 3 rolls,
Yeah.
or maybe he had one, or maybe she was because like some parents,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. And I could see if it was
I'll
a
be
health
one
issue.
to, or if it was like a gluten thing, or I don't know. If he had
Yeah.
one, then maybe it's not. But at the same time, like I've been like, but if it's just him and her, I mean, I've got 3 kids. Believe me, I'll smack a roll out of their hand. You know what I'm saying? Give me that
So
damn
this
roll.
Exactly,
here,
Shauna,
But
so
at the
that's
same,
why
so it's good
people,
to see both sides of it. This is good.
yeah.
But like there is food. I mean, obviously, we know he went and sat and ate, so it's not. But there's something more to that. I don't. Go ahead. Go on. I'm sorry,
Well,
Jen.
but like you said too with the
And
snacks, right? Like that was very
right.
strange as
Yes.
well. She
Yeah.
made a comment about Sebastian rummaging for food, but I guess I don't know if
Right.
that would be,
Like it was
so I in
extra
yeah.
info that was not necessary for the question she was answering. Now, as a parent, am I gonna whatever? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I jibber jabber anyway. It takes me forever to get to the damn point. But like that was extra, and the few words that she spoke, and the calm, and the thinking, like she really was. I mean, you can see right through her, honestly, but she had a lot of time to think. Does that make sense? Why choose to throw that extra out there? You get what I mean? It was so
I
obvious.
do. It was very
If we,
obvious. We have the colossal popcorn, which, is also another kind of, spaghetti
mm,
pancakes that morning, colossal popcorn, and then we went to the store. We got snacks because he's 15 and snacks, and then, and I get some of that is just like Katie's lingo and how she talks, because we all have our own personalities and way we say things, but it's just all does add up with the food, and when I saw
um,
the roll thing, I was like, "Oh
well,
boy."
girl, I'm choking. I'm not choking because I'm talking. That's fucking wild. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's
Going
yeah.
through. Yeah, that's I'm not gonna sit and explain myself, but I just choked. And I had to mute coughing, so that's a moment. 10. I'm going to say 10:54.
Guys,
Yeah, and I
I'm-
mean, a lot of people have talked about it,
Okay.
right, Jen, through the case. Like that has been something that I really found that interesting that you
Damn.
picked up on that, Shauna, because yeah, that's something that we have really talked a lot about, huh?
yeah,
I mean, and it's not anything that like, you know, it's just, I would think if we notice that on an interview, that law enforcement is noticing that. I mean, they've got, you guys call it TBI because it's Tennessee, right? That's basically the FBI, right? When you say
yeah.
TBI, okay,
Well, the
yes,
TBI is the Tennessee
for
Bureau of
Tennessee.
Investigation. Yeah, and
Mhm.
then of course the FBI is federal. So
Well, what the hell's Indiana? I've never heard of anything for, we just say FBI. I'm sure Indiana has one, right? But there's some cases in Tennessee, man. You talk about
Yeah,
some
I think they just
cases.
have like a state agency for over law enforcement, but they all have it. I'm pretty sure every state
Oh, I
has
think
it.
we, you
Like,
know what? I think we just call it the state. We just call it Indiana
right?
State. Yeah, okay. I get it. Has
Yeah.
FBI been involved or do we know? That's not information that we know, right?
right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think I'm about to eat dinner.
Oh, honey.
Yeah.
Poor
I
Jeff.
know, Jen. Oh my
Jeff.
goodness. I know. And Jeff's probably like, hello, I'm over here.
Jeff, thank you
Um,
for letting us kind of hang out. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he rolls with
yeah.
it, but thank you for
Oh,
he
he's heating up
deserves
our
that.
dinner. He's a sweetheart. He's heating up our
Yeah.
dinner, but I didn't want to hijack the chat, Lady Freedom, with the astrology. I mean, it's a different type of thing that we do over here, but I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate
No,
you
it's
coming up on
great.
panel. I
Yeah,
appreciate
I
you
love
doing
it. I
that.
love sharing
Yeah.
it out like with other people too. And like I said, I really want you to help me with Devlin's case.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
all about it. I'm all about it.
yeah.
Whatever we can do to try to help, and work together. That's the name of the game. It's just working together
Mm-hmm.
with a common
Right.
cause. We have a
All
common
walks of
cause.
life.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Right.
But I
And
love
Lady
you
Yeah.
Freedom,
guys.
I'm glad to chat with you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you,
And
Shauna.
Jen,
It was so nice chatting with you. Yeah.
yeah. Have a good night, Jen.
Okay, I'm gonna
Get
close the stream out.
Of course, Jeff.
all right.
Clean like your soul won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up